Closet full, bank account low. Okay. I know. I know. Hopefully no one's paying too much attention. Oh, good. Okay. Terrific. We're ready to go? Any reason not to? Okay. Well, good morning. I'm Felicia Marcus, chair of the board. Today's Wednesday, August 19th at 9:07 a.m. Meeting's called to order. With me are to my left, Vice Chair Fran Spivey Weber. To her left, board member Dee Diadamo. To my right, board member Tam Doduk. And to her right, board member Stephen Moore. Mr. Howard, will you introduce the staff that's assisting today?
Thank
Who
you.
aren't called off to emergency things?
Oh, yes, well, emergencies here and there.
Yeah.
John Bishop is going to be joining us later. He's over at the governor's office right now. And we have Courtney Tyler here, and Janine is somewhere about. And of the staff who are going to be doing the presentation today, Greg Gearhart, Tom Mumley from Region 2 has joined us. He's the AEO from Region 2 and appreciate his working with us on this. And then Annalisa Kahara is one of the staff people working on this. And Amel Wadwani is the attorney who represents us on these stormwater issues.
Thanks very much, Tom. And then for those of you who haven't joined us, there are emergency procedures for our building, so look for the nearest exit to you. And if you hear an emergency sound, pick up your belongings and take your friends and carefully proceed outdoors. We gather near the corner of J and 10th Street. I don't know why I can never remember that. J and 10th, if you want to join with us, then you'll know when the all clear sounds to come back. The other thing is this meeting's being webcast and recorded, so it's important to speak close enough to the microphone that it's picked up, but not so close that it creates a static pop. That's a little bit of a challenge, and we'll try and help you. The key is we can hear you without it, but we want to make sure the folks over the webcast can hear you as well. Also, just a reminder to silence your sound-making devices just out of courtesy to everybody else, unless you have a particularly amusing ringtone. I'd always love to hear those. Really, I want to get right to it and let Greg take the lead on this discussion, but it's something that I've been looking forward to for a long time. We've had a lot going on, and I think there's an opportunity for the future for us to really figure out how to be not just regulators, but definitely regulators, but figure out how to be part of what has become the stormwater movement, to figure out how to get real action on the ground that improves communities, protects us from stormwater pollution, but also figures out a way to deal with flood control, water supply, and other issues in a way that really can bring people together, but more importantly can improve communities while also meeting our objectives. And those are just words, but it's easier said than done. And so I really appreciate the time and trouble that people have taken in spending time with our staff to date, in preparing comments for today, in discussing it with us today, but also in the amount of time that we're going to spend after this meeting to really try and figure out how we can play as useful a role as possible in leveraging the kind of change I think that many people would like to see. So with that, I'll just turn it over to you. I know I could say how we're going to do this, but I'll let you take it away. We are going to start, as we do many times in workshops, with panels. I think we don't have a lot of cards yet, so it may well be that most of you are on the panels. But if you do want to speak, please get a blue card filled out and to the clerk as early as possible in the meeting so we can do our meeting planning. But with that, I look forward to the conversation and really listening. And take it away, Greg.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Marcus, Vice Chair Spivey Weber, board members Doduk, Diadamo, and more. It's a pleasure to be here talking about stormwater. It's been a little while since I've been in front of you talking about stormwater, but and I'll explain a little bit of that. But I appreciate the opportunity. We're going to go through a staff presentation, and then I'll turn it over to a colleague at Department of Toxic Substances Control, Meredith, Williams is going to speak about their program for a little bit, and then we're going to go into some panels. And I don't actually have the little mini agenda in front of me, but there's about 4 or 5 panels, if I recall, and we'll go through in the order that's, yeah, there it is.
Right, we may need to adjust the order given
And
the
that's
plain
totally your
schedule.
prerogative.
we'll-
Obviously, we were just drafting this up. And then, so there's 4 panels that wanted to have a little bit of extra time to coalesce their thoughts. And then we're going to go into the public comment period of the agenda, where it's your discretion is to give people time on their speaker slips. And then I'll be here, and the team will be here to answer questions and then react at the very end or take direction and all that. So.
Right. Do you want to talk a little bit about, this is one step in a longer-term process. We're not deciding anything today.
Sure. So this is a workshop that was scheduled in the strategic meetings about 6 months ago, when we thought we were getting close to rolling out the draft proposal. And we said, how did we want to frame this? And there's always the question of, do you have one of these in the middle of a comment period, or do you have a written comment period and then a workshop for oral hearings, and then et cetera? So this is really the oral comment period. And we allowed enough time for you, the board members, to have open discussion and dialogue about what you're hearing. This is not a formal adoption of a permit or a policy or anything like that. So the opportunity was crafted so that you would have plenty of time to not only hear what people had to say, but then talk amongst yourselves and then give direction back to staff. So that's what today is. The next step in the process would be a more formal recognition of moving forward, and tentatively we have that scheduled for October 20th, your board meeting on October 20th, and it would be committed in the form of a resolution where you would make your directions towards staff, your commitments to moving forward, your reporting back kind of commitments if you wanted to, as well as any adjustments to the documents, the principles, the projects, the priorities, what have you. So that would be at that meeting in October. And then from there, it would be probably a 5-year planning horizon window with some sort of frequency of reporting back. And I can get in, there's a slide that talks about next steps, but.
No, that's terrific. It's just nice to start out so people understand the context of this hearing. So we will hear from everybody. We'll have a little discussion now, but the formal direction to you will come in what we're saying, and then obviously this will spark a need to have follow-up meetings, explorations, and the like, and we'll all give you our feedback, and you're good at border collaring around us and getting things together, and then we'll have a formal resolution of some type out in public for this October meeting that we can further refine. So, okay, good. I like it as an evolving conversation.
Okay, good. So let me get into the slides here. I'm not sure which device to try. There we go. So let me actually start with a even higher overview of what this process is. And in my mind, I used to work in the stormwater program as statewide stormwater program manager, and there was other colleagues at the regions that were also program managers. And we meet in the forum called the Roundtable. And about 5 years ago, a group of these program managers started talking about some of the items that are in this document. And largely from an internal focus, we started we were collecting these issues that we felt needed to be addressed. And then it coincided with your board having an offsite and declaring the priority of stormwater program as a whole being its top priority in 2013. And at that point, you directed the stormwater program and others to form a more formal team to work on this project. So it really goes back to that initiation in 2013. So this program is clearly a federally authorized program through the Clean Water Act, Federal Water Pollution Control Act, and it's a 402P program, meaning it falls into the MPDS part of that statute. And the stormwater program in California and throughout the country is divided into 2 major elements. There's the municipal stormwater program, so to speak, and there's the industrial stormwater program. And within the industrial, there is a breakdown of construction. It sort of falls out because of the unique nature of its one-time activity. And within the municipal program, there's some distinctions or flavors of that too. So the Congress and EPA rolled out the first rules that dealt with the phase 1 communities, the large and the medium-sized communities. And we also took in some communities that were connected through a nexus to these large communities, as well as statewide Caltrans program was considered an early municipal program. And then the phase 2 is the small communities. As you know, you adopted a permit on that a couple of years ago. It's a statewide general permit. As I mentioned, in 2013, your board at the time met and declared this to be a high priority program to develop a strategic initiative. You also gave us some time to finish up our strategic projects. The prior years, you had listed a series of key statewide projects, so we were kind of stacked up with some work, but at that point...
Had them all at the same time, as I recall.
Yeah, they all sort of coincided around then, and luckily we had the ability to sort of work on those and finish those and then convene our group. So it was actually, I think, April of 2014 that we finally finished up the industrial general permit, and my team at that time was formed. It was a statewide team that included regional board staff, state board staff, and executive sponsors. And at this point, I should definitely recognize that the bulk of the work was done by that team. And even when I was in the stormwater program and leading it, there was significantly more work being done by the team members than myself. And so I want to recognize Allie Dunn as an original team member, and then, of course, Eric Becker and Phil Hammer from the San Diego and Central Coast regional boards, respectively, were part of that team. The executive sponsors on the team have always been Tom Mumley and Deb Smith from Region 4, Los Angeles Regional Board. And then John Bishop was an executive sponsor, and I'm now one in my new role. And then we transitioned as Allie and other team members left at the state board. We hired, and I got a promotion, we hired a new staff, Sarah Gatsky, and a new sort of team was formed. And at that point, Sarah Gatsky led the initiative through the statewide effort with the help of Shuka Rusticapur and Chris Began, as well as we were able to use some contract help to bring in an expert from the outside, and that was Mac Walker. And so the team was formed at that point. It was a larger team. Renee Purdy, I should mention, was also a key staff person. So this team was formed to react to the charge of developing a stormwater strategic plan. And there was also a moment in time where the California Environmental Dialogue was meeting to form similar vision and express principles and a vision for the California Stormwater Program. And so at that point, we tried to align our vision with that vision, as well as what we are getting from your direction in briefings. And so this vision statement above is to shift, we wanted to shift the regulation and management of stormwater to provide incentives for multiple benefit approaches. These are all terms of art that deserve definition, by the way, to achieve tangible results for improved water quality and supply. And this is all relatively happy sounding stuff, and in our document, we try to flesh this out a little bit more, or quite a bit.
Before you move off the slide, Greg, I guess I want to put out a request, not only to the staff making the presentation, but also our speakers later today. This is a very good vision statement, and I think at least my initial reaction in reading through the materials put together by staff, especially the projects being proposed, I'm having difficulty, and this is where I'm looking to you for some clarification, in terms of meshing those projects and this vision, these discrete projects, many of them, and how they actually would result or move us towards achieving this vision. So I would like first a clarification, but also for the speakers today, any suggestions to better merge what staff is proposing or what you are proposing in order to develop, I guess I'm looking for a more strategic pathway towards achieving this vision, and I'm having a hard time making that connection between this vision, which I fully support, and the discrete projects that is in the staff recommendation.
Yeah, and I don't want to edit as you're going through the slides, because I do want to hear what everybody has to say, but I would say we're not shifting regulation. Shift is not the right word. Regulation is a critical part of what we do. It's to figure out how to use regulation together as an incentive, but also with other incentives, so that the goal is to make the whole greater than the sum of the parts, as opposed to having them be in isolation. Regulation is an essential part of what we do. This sounds like we're shifting away from it. I know that's not your intent. So we'll play with the words. I mean, vision editing is best done thoughtfully, but I'm sure we'll hear that from others. And I want to be clear that the issue is how you put our regulatory role in its very important and proper place, how we then use it in a way that's intelligent and is focused on yielding benefits versus just going down a trajectory? And then how do we also become a part of the movement to do good things on the ground in addition to our pure regulatory? So it's additive versus instead of.
Those are excellent points and feedback. I appreciate that a lot. And I'll try to clarify some of the issues along the way, Tam, and if I don't, then I'll definitely respond in later actions and meetings and what have you. But let me frame what I thought the team did. First of all, we did not spend a lot of time wordsmithing things like strategy statements and vision statements. We spent an appropriate amount of time. You know, we would reach a couple of hours of trying to wordsmith something like we do in some of our permit exercises, and then we said, let's keep moving. There will be a public process to do the visioning and the exercise of wordsmithing. And so
Right.
we admit that we don't get it perfect, but there is a tension between getting a staff team's perspective on how to be strategic, as well as making actual progress on some of these issues, if you will, that have been building up for 20 some odd years in the program. And some of us who are more veteran of the program, like myself and Tom and others, I think there's a sense of pressure to sort of act. Let's do some projects. We don't need to just sit around and think about how to reinvent the stormwater program. There's plenty of time at conferences to do some of that, but this is an opportunity to really do some actions and check off some boxes that have been building up of things that need to be done. And the challenge was to try to take that and mesh it with the priorities and the principles and then the issues that we heard from the stakeholders. And I'll go through in brief detail how we did that. We actually did, in my opinion, a pretty rigorous process of trying to map out each one of those principles to an actual issue. And there's a slide on that. So the guiding principles were the biggest gear that we used, and we then went out and organized the issues that we heard from stakeholders and your folks along the way. And we then identified potential actions that were also suggested, as well as our own during this brainstorming period, which was significant. We're talking many, many, many hours, tens of hours of team meetings talking about these three gears right here. And we tried to link them all. We actually had scoring exercises and numeric approaches to trying to link them all. So I know that that is also painful to do in a presentation, so we're not going to go through the exact linkage, but we can, if
Won't
asked,
have as many numbers in it as some of
we
some-
can, if asked, give you the scores on a particular project as well as an issue, and we can try to show you how we think a project linked back to a principle. It may be too engineering for this, the call.
It's
but
a little bit, but well. Yeah.
So looking at this graphics, I have to ask, does size matter? Because looking at this graphics, I would hope that it's the guiding principles that should be driving the issues and the actions and not the other way around.
No,
This
that
is
the way it reads.
this is called clip art that was just adapted to communicate what we did. It was not crafted to explain exactly what we did.
In practice or in reality, I would hope it is the guiding principle that would be driving the issues and the actions and not the other way around in terms of, okay, here are all the actions we want.
Sure. Yeah,
That's how-
that was, I can attest the team was very stepwise in the sense that the guiding principles came first, and then we spent a lot of time linking that, using that to drive how to organize the issues, and then we used that to also drive the action. So it was, the guiding principles were on top, and they were the most important thing to drive the whole system. So we, if you recall, in our discussion draft of a year or so ago that we released to get the dialogue started, we had 3 of these guiding principles. We called them sort of element areas or categories at the time. And the first one has to do with, and this is really what I think spawned a lot of this interest, was to treat stormwater as a resource, not just as a pollutant problem that comes out of a pipe and we regulate on. And I'll just elaborate a little bit on that as you can look in the audience today. Tom and I were actually doing that a minute ago and recognizing that there's stakeholders in the room that we don't often see at stormwater items. And so that was really important to see if we could get the attention and interact and engage with a community that was not the traditional end-of-pipe pollutant control regulatory stormwater program. And so that's what the number one thing was. And that gets to the shift thing a little bit too. I don't think we were trying to stop regulating. We were trying to shift the perspective so that we could engage that group in a watershed management way that wasn't the traditional. The second one was to, well, let's not forget the watershed processes and the importance of achieving water quality outcomes that we want, protecting water quality standards and whatnot. So
Well, I'm assuming you're also saying work with nature.
absolutely, it's recognizing the natural processes, yeah. So, and this builds largely off of some of what the regions have been doing with their shift towards watershed management. I'll recognize that one of our team members, actually both Eric Becker and Phil Hammer, come from regions that have done significant efforts towards really thinking about natural watershed processes and how to reflect that in stormwater outcomes, permit outcomes. The third principle is what started with the program managers 5 years ago, which is how do we do our program work better? We have, we're not going to get a lot more resources down the road. We have a lot more challenges facing the stormwater program. How do we make the 100 or so stormwater staff in California water board system do a better job more efficiently and more effectively? So that gets to the gears that are called TMDLs and MPDS permits and things like that, inspections, database entry. Number 4 principle is one that has morphed a bit, but the way I would describe it is we're trying to solve, look at the life cycle analysis of a pollutant problem that's related to stormwater and figure out where can the water boards apply pressure on that life cycle system that's different than just the end of the pipe and regulating a number or a BMP out of the end of a pipe. What can we do to try to solve that water quality problem by engaging in the system in a larger sense? So these are the 4 guiding principles that then drove the rest of the process. We took the long list of issues, I think there was over 100 and some odd issues that we identified, and we took the long list and categorized it into buckets, and I think we ended up with 7 large buckets of issues, and we related those back to each one of the principles to the extent we could. So here's some examples. I won't give you, there's a longer description in the document itself, but one example was that we heard a lot of concern that our policies and management actions should be more optimal towards protecting stormwater or treating it as stormwater as a resource, not just simply worried about the pollutant control at the end of the pipe. And so that goes to the first principle. The second listed issue up there is that we heard a lot of need to have consistent messaging to broaden the understanding of what stormwater is. In fact, I was rereading some of the comments today, and it's clear that there's not a clear understanding of what we mean by stormwater either. It can be the watershed context or it can be the MS4 context, and so there's still a need to improve, I think, our terminology on that and messaging. And then stormwater.
Let me just interrupt. On that point, one thing that I've observed is that frequently in Northern California, we call it flood management, and some of the agencies call it flood management, and then we at the Water Board call it watershed, or we call it stormwater management. And so just at that basic level between flood and stormwater, we've got to work on messaging, because it's truly crazy. I mean, nobody knows what we're talking about.
That could be the quote of the day. It's truly.
And those are both very urban-centric, yeah.
Yeah, and along those lines, it's true the institutional structure, divides the line between the storm pipe and the flood channel often in terms of institutions. Also, in that previous point you made, you say, let's treat it as a resource, not a hazard, or I'm sorry, not a pollution problem, but I would say not as a hazard either, because from an engineering standpoint, when you manage drainage at a small level or at a greater scale, you're mitigating a hazard often, and so now let's not look at it as a hazard necessarily, but as a resource. So there's more than one way we frame that we need to reframe.
So we also heard regularly that our permits should provide better accountability, or we should be more accountable in how we support water quality outcomes.
Yeah. Not just a dream.
Not just keep doing what we're doing, but actually get better at the regulation side, if you will. So, and then the stormwater program funding barriers, and this gets to sort of what Steve was mentioning a minute ago, the institutional barriers also define limitations or opportunities for raising funds for folks. And so there's a lot of barriers out there depending on how the lines get drawn and what the opportunities are to communicate back to ratepayers and other folks what they're getting as a service. And so these were lumped together into funding.
Right, so it's more than 218, which is obviously a big piece of it, but there's more to it than that.
It's more than that,
That's
absolutely.
This is excellent so far.
And that's a bit of a problem too, because there's very strong interest to have it be one thing and not the other. And funding, we sort of lumped funding together largely because our team did not have a lot of strong financial or external input on the funding stuff. So, as we were hearing it, we were saying, well, that's kind of a funding thing. So there's a lot of opportunity, I think, to expand and divide up that interest of funding as we move forward with the strategic.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily, I mean, to my mind, I keep thinking we can do smaller work groups to flesh out some of these things and bring people in, but certainly in the conservation context, we've been directed by the governor and we're developing a lot of expertise about funding through the conservation side of things, and the governor's executive director, Mr. Lawfer, has been leading a work group, and that we had a workshop, and so we've got some in-house
That's great.
expertise outside that even just internally we could help with, but there's also a whole host of people we've been working with outside, so.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll be very honest about the approach. We were a very dedicated, hardworking team, but we were somewhat isolated too for a period of time because we were trying to get products done and work in a team setting. So there's a lot of opportunity to increase the amount of input and interest. And that's really, I think, if there's a parting message that I'll leave as I'm moving towards new career things, but is treat this as an adaptive management opportunity. This is not the be-all, end-all stormwater strategy that you have to consider it this season. This is the beginning of a process, and I think if you look around the room and you look at the team that's been formed, you've got the right people to do this. So don't be afraid to keep shifting it and changing as we go. And the final issue that was identified as a significant or an example of a large one is that the reporting needs to be, and this actually rings true with my new duties, is the reporting needs to be appropriate and needs to be used. And so effective reporting is not just can we get people to put it into our database quicker, it's can we use it? Can we synthesize that data and information with other information and make it important to our decision-making process as well as to our stakeholders and their decision-making process? Can we support the growth of the program better through reporting and measurement? So with that, the next link was to score a bunch of actions and projects. We interchanged the terms throughout the whole process, so I'm just going to call them action projects for now. But they were all either derived from stakeholder input that we heard somebody said, we actually asked for this in the discussion dialogue a year ago. If you know of an actual project, be as specific as you can. Tell us, here's a project and here's what you think needs to be done with that project. So we heard some of those, and then some of these were just brainstormed after the process of going through the principles and the issues. We, as a team, arrived at some of these ideas. And then some were solicited through your input as well as other mechanisms to get ideas of projects. And that's why the list kept growing. I mean, honestly, we tried hard to keep the list confined to a small list, but lists grow, as you know, and things get thrown in, and like the trash plan amendments generated one. And so some of these things are outbursts of other things, which is a good thing because it means that the stormwater program is tying into a larger system of regulatories. So of the action projects, we went through a process of scoring ones that we thought were ready for immediate action, meaning we don't need to wait another year to develop the action project more detailed. We could actually start this one now. It's ready to go off the shelf. And so those are called out specifically in the documents. And here's a list of them. I'll go through them in a little more detail in the next slides. But as you see, there's 1, 2, depending on how you break up the first one, there's about 7 to 12 action projects. I can't count, sorry. So on the input of Board Member D'Adamo, we thought about organizing these into categories that would make a little more sense to folks rather than scoring them and linking them back to our system. So that was very good input. So here's the big categories that we came up with. Is it a climate change kind of a topic? Does it address some permittee interest? Does it address the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act that is of obviously high importance right now? Does it land in this category of multiple benefit or multiple community benefit solutions? And then the final one was, does it address a community that has a disadvantaged status of any kind? So the ones that fall into the climate change category are obviously the Project 1 series, which is what we're calling the stormwater capture and reuse or use project series. And there's a stepwise process to that, meaning let's look at what we've learned. Let's look at identify some barriers to implementation based on what we've learned from existing stormwater capture and reuse projects. And then the third one deals with specifically how do we, what's the guidance? What can we provide as tools to improve and make it more efficient and effective to do stormwater reuse projects? So, and you'll see that kind of series play out in a couple of other projects too, of first, let's do a lessons learned, and then second, let's identify the barriers, and then third, let's develop the guidance and the tools. Project 4 is also one that falls in there, and that's a specific one to deal with some statute that was created. Senate Bill 985 created the Stormwater Resource Plan term, and that's an important step to funding. And so there's a clear link to that so that we can get some of the Prop 1 funds out to needy and deserving projects. Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, again, this is the Project 1 series, largely falls into that. So there's a lot of overlap, and we've had some good meetings with Eric Ekdahl's staff on that. And so, again, that's the Project 1 series falls into that category.
Can I ask a question about
Sure.
that category? There's the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which applies primarily to communities that don't already have adjudicated groundwater basins and are already doing this. You're not meaning to prioritize away from the folks in urban Southern California and Santa Clara Valley, Butte County, places that are already doing it. So it's kind of a broader category than just the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act.
It is a broader
unless
category.
you're pulling it out. So I just worry about limiting it because then it seems that there are win-wins
It's
there
not
where
meant to be
these
a limit,
overlap.
yeah.
There's no question about it, but
The boundaries on that box are not meant to be limiting.
Just take out the word act.
yeah, I would take out that word act. Which is not to say we don't want to be helpful there where people want us to be helpful, but we're also trying not to stick our nose in where they don't want us yet.
And this
So-
is the risk of creating a new schema to organize at the last minute and then
No,
presenting
that's fine. If
it,
you just
so.
take the word act out, it works fine. Works fine.
Thank you. Hopefully Shuka or somebody took a note on that. Multiple benefit solutions. A lot of the projects land in this category. And again, I thought it was a good suggestion to highlight because these are interests that we hear from the board members and the public is, I'm really interested in multiple benefits.
Yeah,
So
it's top of the
again, the
chart.
Project 1 series falls into that, and the Senate Bill 985 project falls into that, as well as some others if you think a little more creatively. But again, these are the immediate action ones, not just not the whole list of all the projects. So when it comes to what projects touch on disadvantaged communities, again, the Project 1 series is certainly going to, I think, identify better opportunities and some guidance for those communities, SB 985 again. And then the project that deals with funding as a large lump that I mentioned might need to be sort of thought about a little more dynamically than just a large lump of funding. But that project certainly deals with disadvantaged communities and providing opportunities for them. And then Project 17 is a great one to always have in any strategic plan, which is a training and information sharing project. And if you're not explicit about this, I've learned, it doesn't often happen. And for each one of these, I would suggest also a rigorous way of evaluating what success and performance measure along the way. And that's one that's relatively important, training and information sharing.
But
And I
thank
have
you
some-
for putting that up, especially when you're in a relatively new movement, putting that, whether it was recycling in the 80s and the 90s or whatever, and conservation today, information and training are critical, and they end up being seen as fluffy when in fact they're an integral force. As
Yeah.
if you're trying to substitute for treatment plants and landfills and barrels and buckets, then training and information sharing is as important as the treatment plant, the landfill, and the trucks. And that's been so thank you. That's all.
Those are good examples, Chair Marcus, and it speaks to what Vice Chair Spivey Weber mentioned earlier, in terms of the terminology we're using. And I would highlight on this project, and you may go into more detail, how it's not just for those in the regulated community or in the general public, but for water board staff as well, so that we really have a consistent lexicon and expectation, and yet it's regionalized based on specific issues throughout the state.
The team definitely recognizes the importance of training and a change process, and they're committed to helping support that. I happen to have a personal interest in that. It goes back to low impact development, rolling it out in California in 2003 as a training opportunity from Chesapeake Bay, and it's still a hot item, but it was the training that changed everything.
Well as we've discussed, how to tell a story.
Yeah, exactly. So the permittee interest ones, you can see we're getting more broad in terms of throwing a net out and catching projects. But of course, the Project 1 series and the SB 985 project is in there. Alternative compliance approaches, this gets to the current issue of how do we translate some of the most recent decisions regarding MS4, municipal stormwater permit outcome, receiving water limitations, what kinds of paths towards compliance can we have. There's actually some movement towards a strategic project, so to speak, discretionary contract that we can talk about. We had to anticipate a year ago that we might want to have some contract money to spend in this cycle, and we did get some. And so one of these areas that we're going to spend that money on is that particular project. And I think EPA is going to speak to some overlapping interest and some opportunities to synergize, if that's a verb. Project 8 is the funding one that I mentioned. Clearly, that's of very strong interest to the permit holders and the permittee community. The Project 13, dealing with the open data and sharing data throughout the stormwater program, both in terms of getting data into the program in a more efficient and useful way, but also getting it back out so that folks can have information on even a dashboard maybe that they can use to drive decisions of where their county staff are going to do inspections that week and what have you. That's an important project to the permittees and staff. And then the training and information sharing one obviously falls into that. So the comment period for this document was, it was about a month, and it started in June, and we released the draft proposal. We don't want to ever say that we're not taking comments on this project, though, but we wanted to sort of have a finite comment period for the written comments. So the draft proposal and the project list were released in June. Comments closed at noon on Friday on the 24th of July. We got 23 comment letters. We got I think about 100 comments total if you count them. They're all really good, and we'll hear some of them today in the oral comments, but I'll also summarize some of them. So the major comments that we heard is that there was a strong support for defining stormwater as something larger than a pollutant problem and treating it as a valuable resource, sort of recognizing that watershed management.
Or what? Oh, I
Or a
thought you said
hazard.
or a hat, and I went, yeah, that was right.
Treat stormwater as a pollutant problem and as a hazard. And we should treat it as a resource.
We will make that change for you. That's good. suggestion. So the second major category of comments fell into this funding category. So again, funding should be, for projects should remain a high priority, but also solving funding and financial or fiscal problems that are related to the program also need to be a high priority. Number 3, we heard strongly that we need to do more collaboration and engagement with our colleagues at the other state agencies that work on this topic, and that's absolutely true. And we're in the beginning of that, and I think the team, I'll just say, when we went out to reach out to stakeholders in the discussion draft a year and a half ago, it became very clear that our traditional list of stormwater stakeholders it's a beginning. It was a good beginning, but it was by no means exhaustive of the people in California that are interested in stormwater as a topic. And so that was a real challenge, is how do we, it grew exponentially. When we'd go to a meeting to talk to one group, we would find out there's 20 or 30 other interested groups that might also want to participate if we were going to talk about something other than just MS4 compliance, for example.
Yeah,
And so
it is a movement.
yeah, it's really interesting, and we tried to document that to the extent we could. We have some of those records in our board of how the stakeholder process went. I'd like to actually spend a little time to develop that further, but it was very clear that we need to partner more. People would say, did you know that DPR is doing something like that, or did you know that Water Resources? And we'd have to say, now we do, thank you for sharing. So. Number 4 was coordinating the needs with stormwater management and funding with the integrated regional water management plans. This is, again, goes back to the number 3, but there's a lot of emphasis of let's not reinvent some of this wheel. The stormwater resource plan process is very clearly meant to be an analog to the integrated resource management, water management plan process. But we should, as a water board and a community of water state government people, we should talk and collaborate better. True source control, that is one that is of much interest. We got a lot of comments on it. So in the discussion draft that we released about a year and a half ago, we did call that principle essentially true source control. It was getting at the idea of, can we solve that pollutant problem with something other than putting in requirements in a permit to reduce the pollutants to the extent practicable. And so but we also realize that there's not a common understanding of what true source control means. It's a term of art that is evolving, and CASCA has been really instrumental in helping shape what that term means. the California Stormwater Quality Association. So, but we also found that it has a bit of a hot button sound to it, and especially when you're talking about potentially banning products. So we got a lot of comments on that. You'll hear a lot of comments today. There's not a clear understanding, but hopefully the speaker that follows me is going to do a much better job than I am about explaining what the opportunities of DTSC's regulatory program are. The basin plan, statewide plans, integration with stormwater and the relationship to how we regulate stormwater and treat it as a management, as a resource as well, and not a hazard. The basin plans are absolutely critical, and so I keep hearing this over and over again. I'm also involved in a climate change initiative throughout the water boards, and again, basin plans, those are the plans for the regions. They have not been holistically rewritten since, you know, the 60s and 70s in some cases, and so there's really a common thumping on our doors of we need to figure out a way to find the resources and the mechanisms to update and integrate these ideas into the most critical documents at the state.
As well as climate.
Absolutely, and they're very much related. And then the final area that we got a lot of comments on was aerial deposition, recognizing that some of these pollutants are coming from aerial sources or other countries, in many cases atmospheric sources that are not easily controlled. And so how do we deal with them? How do we address them through our regulatory programs? And how do we maybe solve those problems again?
Kind of a metric on that. I mean, I know that obviously there's a part of it. We've been dealing with aerial deposition for decades in lakes and rivers and streams, so it's definitely there. But how big a part of the impairment that we see in receiving waters is aerial deposition? I mean, I know that just from conversations with Jonathan and others that what you might think of as the worst problems, I always assumed motor oil was. It's a problem, but it's not. It's toxicity from urban pesticides, for example.
So the areas, and I'll defer to my colleague on my left, Tom Mumbley, the area that I can think of that's probably done the best quantification is the mercury, the statewide mercury approaches, and including
mercury, that makes
PMDL
okay.
for the San Francisco Bay. I think they did a pretty good quantification of how much mercury comes from aerial deposition. Zinc is another one that tends to be a little more local, of, you know, brake pads and tires, and so maybe it deposits locally and not so much over the Pacific Ocean kind of deposition. But do you have anything you want to add on quantifying?
You basically covered it. The knowledge we gathered in the Bay Area going back a few years now is like at least half, not more than half of the mercury in urban runoff is from atmospheric deposition, global,
Yeah.
not local, global.
Right.
I mean, you can literally point the finger to coal burning in China as a significant source that we deal with. We obviously don't have direct control of that, and we've taken some comparable observations in our statewide project, mercury in reservoirs, that it's atmospheric deposition, both direct and as well as into the draining watersheds. That's a major source. And, you know, otherwise you get into automobile automobile has always been an issue of concern for as far as the source of pollutants and runoff. And fortunately, a lot of improvements in the construct and operation of automobiles has benefited us, but it's a very good mechanism to distribute pollutants throughout the urban landscape, both directly or through emissions into the air, both through wear and tear of the vehicle as well as from emissions. So,
Did you get many comments, I should know this, but I don't, on water rights or adjudications as a precursor for turning stormwater into a valuable resource?
In the formal written comments, small f, we did not get a lot of those. We got some mention of that issue of intersection with water rights and allocation, and is this going to create a problem? We heard a lot of it informally, though, in the stakeholder meetings. We had, 20, 30, 40, I don't remember how many stakeholder meetings we had over the last 2 years, and many times this would come up as a hazard, an issue, a concern, or a liability. And that is actually why, if you look carefully at the Project One series, there's an emphasis that there needs to be a pretty strong legal and technical evaluation of when you start to get into those areas. I think, my armchair assessment
Usually
is
the further away from the coast you are.
Right. My armchair assessment is that it's rare and it's in certain cases near coastal anadromous streams and what have you. There's other, scenarios under which I think it would be a significant risk of having a water rights issue be raised.
It's going to depend on where
the middle
water
part of
goes.
that curve, though, it's probably not an issue. And the challenge is, can we define those boundaries with some guidance, whether it's legal or technical or both?
Well, obviously, in Colorado, right, with having adjudicated all of their rivers, you got to get a permit just to even do rain barrel capture because what runs off your gutters has been accounted for in somebody's water supply, which is a long way from where we are right now.
So we obviously received a lot more comments than that summarizes, but you'll hear some of them, and those are the big ones that we saw. So the next steps, as I mentioned, is there's a board meeting scheduled, an item on the October 20th board meeting to present this proposal and move forward with the form of a resolution of some sort. It's not the end, it's the beginning. And so I really want to stress that. This is in October, if this is the meeting where it occurs, this is where we put in place some actions and commitments to move forward, but we also put hopefully a strong commitment to adapt as we go. And that's your discretion. Do you want to have a revisit of this biannually or every other year? That's totally your discretion and what's appropriate for staff feedback and stakeholder input to make sure we're doing the right thing. I see this as an urgent need along the lines of climate change. We don't have time to invest in a 20-year planning process and hope it works. These are critical issues that have to be adapted quickly. If we're on the wrong track, we need to adapt quickly. And yeah. So,
Is there a reason why it has to be, so it couldn't be on the first October board meeting?
I think it has to do with internal deadlines and just looking, calculating when it's feasible to get documents to you. I think the answer to your question is we could probably adjust it. But this was chosen because it seemed like we moved it from a September date and we said, well, what is more realistic in terms of marching through the process? And staff, we actually, as you probably know, there's been a transition of staff. So we lost Sarah Gatsky to a great job in Wisconsin, but we're gaining some other opportunities of new people. And so part of that's why I'm sitting here and giving the presentation and not one of the key staff people that are working on this. But so there's a need to recognize that in these transitions, it's hard to keep marching along on a fast pace, but we certainly would react to whatever you want.
And as we had some discussions, internally, there are a lot of projects and there's a lot of interrelationship between the projects. And as you read the detailed projects, you see it pretty quickly. Without, overcommitting at this time, wouldn't you be open to melding some of these projects, under one staff or team? For instance, 5, 6, and 7, even though 5 is the immediate, the 6 and 7 of watershed-based compliance and management guidelines and then post-construction requirements are so closely related technically and regulatorily, they could possibly be a package. And another one, which we see is a low priority, the asset management planning, it actually may figure pretty prominently into the high priority funding for stormwater programs, and we may create some value added as an adjunct to project 8 by adding elements of 11. So at this time we're pretty open.
Absolutely perfect example of what we wanted to achieve with this process. So staff felt like we had worked through or banging our heads on walls and each other's heads for enough months to try to figure out how to parse and divide up the projects and define them. We actually spent a lot of time, if you've noticed, I think we went into significant detail on each project too of what we thought would realistically take to get it done, measurable objectives and all that stuff. But we also recognize that it's this process that we're in now where we get stakeholder input, we get board, we get the dynamic conversations that are going of we actually have opportunities to rearrange and reshift. And yeah, so thank you. That's exactly what we want.
That's great. And I think that can put to rest some concerns about, over-fragmentation of the issues, that ultimately we are thinking holistically and we'll seize every opportunity to, find synergies within these different subject areas. After all, that's what this stormwater movement that Chair Marcus talked about is all about, is finding those synergies.
I'd like to attest that I could confirm that that's been part of the internal dialogue, so that this wasn't intended to be literally these siloed projects. And I look at it as if once we decide, and we're in this process of deciding with your direction, which projects to take on, is if you take on a project, you ask what other projects are associated with this that we can account for. in kind of managing scope creep with resource limitations, but the idea is like, yeah, asset management would be integral to consideration of how we're going to improve stormwater infrastructure for resource benefit. It wouldn't be something separate, it'd be something that could be easily touched. So we would, logically would ask that question, what can be integrated once we decide to start taking on certain steps? And this will all take shape evolve into, I think, a more tangible, integrated set of projects given time. And so it's,
I have oh, go ahead.
Well, building on what Member Moore just said, I think I agree that there is a lot of overlaps, or at least possible integration between these various issues and projects. And what I would like to see is taking this opportunity and bringing it down to a practical, implementable, regional level, and looking at potential for specific watershed regionally based projects, pilots, I guess, if you will, throughout, the state, where working with the local stakeholders in that area, a project could be developed that could perhaps integrate multiple concepts and projects in something more concrete, and something that would engage local watershed managers, citizens, regulators, if you will, to test out and implement some of these ideas. So I'm looking for something more concrete, more integrated, and hopefully resulting in fewer projects, but also better chance to leverage some of these ideas, develop true partnerships, at the regional level, and put in place the mechanism that could lead us to develop, outcome measures and actually track the implementation of these efforts and learn from them.
That fits in. I also think that, I'm sorry, Dee Dee, just to add to, I want to hear what everybody has to say. And again, as you said, this is an ongoing conversation. I think, this is one of those not invented here things. So I think part of the trip, we have to drive in some places, and other places we have to learn how to be a good partner, and we need to know how to discern which is which. So I'm pretty much interested in seeing where are the cutting edge things happening on the ground that we can leverage success in versus us starting with our list or even EPA's list. I'm looking at Dave because we went through this in the 90s, which is how do you take the tools you have and combine them with leadership and dynamism on the ground, your early adopters, for proof of concept, to show what you can do, to paint a story, but also for us to figure out what is our appropriate role in any given place. Sometimes we got to drive the train. There's no question. It's why we're here, and we do it on different issues. Other times, even in the same subject, you have to figure out how to be a helpful mechanic on the train, add a wheel, or sometimes it's getting out of the way. In this case, I don't think getting out of the way is the place to be yet, but it's looking for an ability to have that sophisticated knowledge and relationship of what's happening in the real world, so that, again, sum is greater than the whole of the part. So I don't disagree with that. I just think that we have to do some nuance and tone, and I'm always about the right relationships first. Sorry.
So for me, it's more of an issue of getting back to terminology. I think this starts off great. I love the approach of a vision, definitely, with some changes, but the vision, and then I appreciate that you responded to my concern about, just getting bogged down with so many projects and really where do they fit in. But I'm thinking it may need another step. I'm looking for big strategic goals, guidelines, whatever you want to call it. But once we call something a project, it causes me to look for something very specific and very discrete. And then as I go through the project list, most of them are strategies. And not necessarily, and perhaps it has to do with the fact that I've never managed a program, and perhaps once you manage a program, you really do need to develop something more along the lines of a very specific work plan with what you would call a project. But when I hear project, I'm thinking of something very specific, maybe even, an engineered type solution, and really what we're talking about in many instances, like one that I just pulled up, at random, stakeholder collaboration. I don't view that as a project. I view that as a strategy and And as you say, perhaps we need to exercise more leadership in order to encourage the collaboration. In other instances, maybe we just need to be there to assist in any way we can with respect to efforts of others to collaborate. So I think it's just the word project that keeps throwing me off.
So I can try to help. I think you're absolutely right. There is there was tension, as I mentioned, amongst the team. We would what's a metaphor? We were very frustrated with the fact that there was a lot of things that we knew that were projects that could be done, and project meant in that context a discrete amount of work by a group of team, 40 hours a week for 3 months, for example, would produce something that doesn't exist today, whether it's a guidance document, an increased stakeholder interface on some of our documents and what have you. So that's what the project meant. Was it was a discrete group of team members could work on something that didn't have permission currently to work on it. The tension came because a lot of these had been sitting in our to-do books for years or decades. And so the gap that you recognize is something that the team was averse to diving into, which is developing measurable goals and objectives. And so we felt like, let's get these projects, these projects, kind of an obsessive focus as a staff team. And this is an artifact of creating a document by staff that have a particular bias and interest in this. And I'll just be blunt, that's really where we came at it from. But we were very honest about getting the stakeholder input. And that's where this next phase, I think, helps us transition. And I think the team that is building is perfect for this of what do we do now? How do we get the goals and the objectives to link all this so that we can measure progress on them? And then how do we make sure that the discrete amounts of work that staff time is spent on is energizing the right external stakeholders to help us in achieving the measurable goals and objectives that we want?
So what maybe there needs to be, eventually 2 documents, something that staff has that you call projects, but as far as communication to the outside world, I just think something with a long list of projects may get lost.
Absolutely, yeah. That's great feedback. I recognize that. I mean, now that I'm a little more objective on the project, I can see a lot of your comments from a different view, and I think they're absolutely right on. It's also a challenge as a team when you're running an internal team to try to get a product out in a timeline that's reasonable these days, and so there was some tension there, but there's room to improve. This is the good thing is this is intended to be a true adaptive management project. And let me finish up and I'll stop talking. But
Can I just say a thank you,
Yeah.
though? I like that you want to do stuff in this. I mean, I might quibble with, how it reads and how it sells, but having been a veteran of so many processes where staff gave a bunch of beautifully written words that were all lofty and had absolutely no meaning to anybody on the ground, I prefer you erring in this direction, and we'll figure out how to get the same space. I have a bad history in other institutions of saying this is a very well-written document with no meaning and we're going to redo it completely. So this, I feel like we can get there.
And I also obviously appreciate that it's important to take every opportunity to accomplish projects and products that have been in the pipeline for a long time. But equally important, and perhaps even more important, is to give some sort of direction and vision with respect to those projects. So I absolutely agree with Board Member Diadamo that it is important before jumping into projects, and this was at least my hope for a stormwater strategic initiative, was to develop that strategy with the vision, with the goals, with the principles that would then lead to projects that would support that, rather than developing the projects first and then looking at, well, how can we then develop a framework or strategy to support accomplishing the projects. So it's been my concern, and I think we're starting to have that dialogue today, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to sort of merge that. And again, appreciate Board Members Giordano's comment about developing that strategic look first.
That you explained well, the way you're trying to allocate our resources internally, that's the challenge, and what we're trying to do in good faith is listen closely to what we're hearing about what others think we ought to work on, and then remember what we think will help. And in the end, to use Board Member Diadamo's example of Project 2, stakeholder collaboration is it's actually quite focused in the project description, and it has to do everything with what Board Member Spivey-Weber said, which is get the message clear and consistent, work with partners. And I see the strategy in the document here that can be fleshed out further. But I think you're on the right track because we're recognizing it's a team effort, that we have to communicate and explain to the ratepayers and the taxpayers, this is a smart thing to do. You know, this is a big investment. As we move stormwater into more of a utility status, we have to communicate and collaborate with our partners as a unified front. As Board Member Marcus says, it isn't invented here, but we support it and we recognize it has to have a statewide message to be effective. So I appreciate that.
So I went through a lot of this already, but the next step is to bring something back to the board at a date to be determined, it sounds like, and tentatively October 20. And then to move forward from there with an ongoing strategic planning process. At this, to me, the initiative is ending today, essentially, or at the next meeting. The initiative is ending, and it's now becoming a thing, a program, a project of its own. And that's the stormwater strategy effort with the new resources dedicated to it, the governance scheme that you all think is the appropriate thing, as well as the reporting back. The one thing that I'll add from my new perspective is I really want to make this a living, I'm committed to trying to use information management and analysis to make this a living strategic plan. And my goal is to make this plan not a paper document, but a series of web pages, not unlike Santa Clara Valley Water District, as well as the Basin Plan in San Francisco Bay. These are documents that are living on the web. They're not download PDFs that you have to cross-reference the last year's version of updates with, et cetera, et cetera. These are living documents. And hopefully by doing that, it can integrate with existing other parallel projects like this Sigma and some of these other efforts that are very much related to what we talk about in our documents, but to link them, somebody would have to literally print them out and call up two people to find out how they're coordinated. So my goal is to use the internet and information management systems to try to help facilitate better coordination, but as well as input. So a stakeholder could participate in a particular element of a project and give their feedback and their input along the way, but not have to show up at a bunch of workshops and take time off from work and what have you. So that's my goal as a commitment from my new position. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And again, I want to recognize the whole team. But for sure, Sarah Gatsky, who is the team lead, and Chris Began, who's in the audience, Shuka Rastakapur is in the audience, Renee Purdy is on the phone watching and web, Eric Becker is hopefully doing the same, and Phil Hammer at the Central Coast Water Board. Eric is at the San Diego Board, and he's in a new position in wetlands, and we're going to be working with Lori Walsh, his replacement at San Diego, who's excellent, and Mac Walker, who recently retired from Larry Walker Associates, helped us quite a bit too. So I appreciate everyone's help, as well as Tom, Deb, and John, and your input. So thank you.
Excellent. Excellent presentation. All right, let's move on to the next panel to keep moving. Just I'll take a break probably well, the next panel is Meredith. Meredith, you're worth a panel of 10. So delighted to see you here. After this discussion, we'll take a short break, and I would also suggest that people pick up food bars, liquid caffeine, because we may not break for lunch. We may go long and see where we get.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to start what I expect to be an ongoing conversation about this intersection between the Stormwater Initiative and what we're doing in the Department of Toxic Substances Control. So I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with our new Safer Consumer Products regulations, but I'll walk through them a bit, tell you where we are in terms of implementing those regulations, and then talk a little bit about where the opportunities might be for us to collaborate as we move on. I'm perfectly happy to answer questions as I go along. Oh, okay, I tend to get a little carried away with that, so is that better? Okay, great. So what was the genesis of this program? It really came from what we're hearing from consumers, which is, I want to know what's in my product. I want to know what it is that I'm getting off the shelf and whether or not that's safe for me to use. And further than that, folks are wondering what happens, how do I get rid of the product when I'm done using it? And then they're also wondering about other incidental effects of the product at the end of the life of the product, whether that's ending up in our stormwater systems, our water treatment systems, whatever those systems are. And so in order to answer those questions and to start to address those consumer concerns, a program was developed that requires manufacturers to really ask two fundamental questions. The first question being, is it really necessary to have this particular chemical in this particular product in order for the product to function as expected? And then, if not, might there be a safer alternative? And how can we make sure that there's a safer alternative? There's a legacy of chemical by chemical bans, especially here in California, which don't always lead to safer alternatives. So the framework, just to set it up a little bit, is really a hazard reduction framework, a risk as opposed to a risk management framework. And that's very analogous to thinking upstream about pollution prevention as opposed to reacting at the end of the pipe. And so it's a very compatible way of thinking to some of the things we've already heard this morning. I made reference to this challenge of regrettable substitutes, as we tend to call them. I think all of us are well aware of some of the pesticide examples. I saw a bald eagle last week, and I was thrilled about it. And it makes you think of, we went from DDT, which I'm glad we got rid of DDT, but we went to organophosphates, which gave us some other gifts, and then pyrethroids, which continue to give. So rather than having these gifts that keep giving, maybe we could anticipate some of the possible problems and challenges before we make these chemical changes. It's a very broad statute, and it does give us the authority to look at a wide range of populations and to give them special consideration. Some of those are human populations that are particularly vulnerable, but also it points out in multiple places in the statute and in the regulation, we do point to ecological impacts, be that particularly sensitive habitats or endangered or threatened species. And so we do intend, as we implement the program, to keep that in mind and to look for those opportunities to provide those protections. It is a program that's aligned with the California definition of a consumer product, which does not include pharmaceuticals, medical devices, pesticides, and food. And so those are off limits in terms of what we can regulate and take action on. So I'm going to give you the quick hand-waving explanation of the regulations, and then I'll talk a little bit about the 4 steps in a little more detail. There's a universe of chemicals in commerce. I don't know how many of you are tracking the TSCA reform discussions, but in those discussions you'll hear numbers bandied about 80,000 or 90,000 chemicals in commerce. From those chemicals that are out there, we've identified a subset of those chemicals that we think may have cause for concern. Based on those particular chemicals that we're concerned about, that's our candidate chemical list. We associate those chemicals with specific products. In other words, we put them in that product context, identify product chemical combinations about which we think it's worth asking those 2 questions about, is the chemical necessary and might there be a safer alternative? If we decide that those questions warrant the intention, we adopt that product as a priority product in regulation, and that triggers the manufacturer's responsibility to, number 1, tell us that they make the product with the chemical, and then perform this exhaustive alternative analysis to anticipate the possible unintended consequences of any alternatives they might propose. That serves as the basis for our regulatory response as to what we think should happen with the product in the future. So just to provide a little more detail about that first step, that candidate chemicals list, we did not generate that list as a self. Within the department, we relied heavily on other authoritative bodies. There are a lot of water quality pointers on our candidate chemicals list, be that the 303D, 303C list, and we also have drinking water lists that we reference. And so it does make sure that we capture the possible impacts to our aquatic resources. Again, just as a reminder, we are excluded from considering chemicals that are used exclusively as pesticides or exclusively as prescription drugs, and then some of the natural toxins and breakdown products. So when all is said and done, we're looking at approximately 2,000 chemicals. So it's a pretty broad list, and it's a living list. As all of the authoritative lists evolve, our list evolves. So when you have 2,000 chemicals, getting to the point that you decide to associate them with specific products requires a fair amount of research, especially given that we have these two very broad and very general prioritization principles that are outlined here, which is there a way that consumers or other species are exposed to the chemical in the product? And might that cause adverse impact? Is there a real potential for harm in the product? So as you can tell, that's very broad, and it's made even broader by how harm is defined in our regulations. OEHA was tasked with defining the hazard endpoints that we were to consider when we look at the product chemical combinations. And I've just listed a subset of the ones that they came up with that are most relevant for water quality issues and water resource issues. And as you can see, it's quite a list. And it's great because it does give us a lot of flexibility. Again, once we've gone through that process, we propose a priority product and we'll make an announcement about that, conduct workshops, engage with the stakeholders, make sure we understand the chemistry, the manufacturing, the lay of the land, and if we decide that it really does warrant that alternative analysis, we'll go ahead with a rulemaking process to define the product very carefully in rule. So we go through the whole APA rulemaking process on each of the priority products. And again, once we get through that step, we begin that alternative analysis process. The manufacturer is responsible for that. It's a two-stage process. And it really requires them to adopt life cycle thinking, as we call it, which is think about the product from extraction through manufacturing to use, disposal, end of life, and really take an integrative approach. And especially when you're thinking about the unintended consequences, you may have something that perhaps the exposure is a little less, but it may have greater impacts during manufacture. And so the fact that life cycle thinking is embedded in this program really has benefit in terms of anticipating those unintended consequences. So it is a shift in terms of who's responsible for doing the analysis, and it requires both that responsible entity think about the life cycle of the product as well as us thinking that way. Called out in statute were I won't call them infamous, but widely referenced A through M criteria. And you can see that these were things that were named in statute that are to be considered during the alternative analysis process. I've highlighted the ones that are particularly important. Again, in the water world, waste and end of life would cover both stormwater and wastewater, as well as other impacts we may not have considered. So we do have the latitude to really look at those impacts. We do have a range of regulatory responses that we can take based on the alternative analysis. Greg mentioned the fact that true source control is a project that's called out in the Stormwater Strategic Initiative, and that there's a fair amount of anxiety about the potential for product bans or chemical bans. And one thing that's very powerful about this set of regulations is that it's nuanced. It allows more than just the ban. It really is very much contextual in terms of what is the product, how is it used. And so we can do things like think about product take back and extended producer responsibility. We can think about things like just providing more information and more awareness to consumers, or controlling the point of sale, for instance, as opposed to just banning the product. So when we think about, for instance, true source control, it is a much broader definition if we're talking about the context of this program than I think people are used to thinking about with respect to some of the stormwater challenges. Yeah. So I'll take a little time just to tell you where we are in terms of implementing the program. The regulations went into effect in October of 2013. and we made our announcement about the first 3 products that we're considering in spring of the following year. And those 3 products are listed here. There's children's foam padded sleeping products such as a nap mat or a pillow or a crib liner containing 2 particular front flame retardants. I will say that in this initial priority product identification, we were not considering the entire list of chemicals on our list. We only considered those chemicals that were named on an exposure list as well as a hazard list. And when you looked at the intersection of those 2 lists, those 2 types of lists, that was 160 chemicals or so. So it was a much smaller subset of chemicals. So a lot of times people say, well, why those 2 flame retardants as opposed to others? Though that's one of the main reasons. We named paint strippers that are based on methylene chloride chemistry. Methylene chloride is a neurotoxin. It's metabolized to carbon monoxide, and I'm sorry to say that I think every month for the past 2 or 3 months I've gotten another note in my inbox about a death associated with somebody using this product. And particularly in poorly ventilated environments, it really is creating a lot of problems out there. The last one is spray polyurethane foam systems that are used for insulation and some roofing applications containing one particular diisocyanate, methyl diphenyl diisocyanate, and that is a respiratory sensitizer and a possible asthmatogen. And it's not a concern after the foam is applied and cured and dried, so don't go ripping it out of your walls at home. But it is a real concern for the folks who are applying it. And the industry knows that. They've taken some measures to ensure some level of safety for the people who use that. But that said, any do-it-yourselfer really could go buy the product without knowing the risks and apply it, and could be in harm's way. And again, this goes to the framework. The framework is not necessarily about risk management and about personal protective equipment. It's really a lot about, is there a possibility to look at the fundamental harm and reduce the harm? And so we want to explore that question. So we are in the process of pulling together our regs packages for these 3 products. We expect to do that within the next few months, and that'll begin the APA process, comments, hearings, etc. So where do we go from here in terms of the next round of products? Well, the next round of products is based on our 3-year priority products work plan. We do issue such a work plan every 3 years. That will be the case. This came out in April this year. And in order to narrow down the product categories that will be considered, we went ahead and just established some policy priorities. And you'll see in these policy priorities that number 1, we wanted to look explicitly at aquatic resource impacts, and number 2, we want to take advantage of the wealth of evidence that's out there about water quality data and what's showing up in surface water and stormwater and wastewater and everywhere else. So we want to really leverage that as much as possible. So so based on those policy priorities, we came up with 7 product categories, and these are the categories from which we'll choose individual product chemical combinations and begin that process of vetting those potential priority products with stakeholders, workshops, and then possibly go to rulemaking on those priority products. I'm not going to go through all of these in great detail. I'm going to highlight 4 that were chosen specifically because of their aquatic impacts. For instance, I'm not going to talk about household furnishings and the building products, but we know that some of those products are used outdoors and that they have impacts in the aquatic environment, but that wasn't necessarily the primary driver behind the selection of that category. So what were the ones where the aquatic impacts really influenced our decision? The beauty, personal care, and hygiene products, obviously. I took a shower this morning, put my
It's a
conditioner
short
on.
one though, right?
It was, I take military showers and I've done it for years and I'm proud to say it. Of course, I have no hair, so, you know,
Easier.
it makes it a little easier to be virtuous. So those products do wash down the drain. They end up in our wastewater treatment plants, and they are or are not treated adequately in those plants because, especially with the emerging chemistries that are coming along, wastewater treatment plants aren't always able to design to keep up with those chemistries. Cleaning products, these are products that are used both indoors and outdoors. They can get in wastewater and stormwater. There are quite a range of solvents that are used and really make these products as effective as they are. And so it will present some challenges in terms of, is it necessary to have these chemistries? But we're looking at that carefully, and again, we chose it because of those possible water impacts. Clothing, I think I get more raised eyebrows about this one when I start to tell people about the aquatic impacts. I don't think people are aware of the impacts of the clothing industry in terms of the manufacture, the chemistries of the dyes. For those of you who buy wrinkle-resistant shirts and are unaware of the perfluorinated chemistries that they're treated with, or water resistant and stain resistant, they're coming at a cost. They're coming at a cost of using these chemistries. And so we really do have to ask the question about whether or not those chemistries and those treatments are necessary. And of course, we're talking about water as a resource, and there's a lot of water consumption that's involved in the clothing industry. But not only during the manufacture, during the normal wear and tear and use and treatment and cleaning of these products, any of those treatments are likely to be released during the normal laundering process, and so we thought this warranted a closer look. And then the last one that we chose for aquatic impacts was fishing and angling equipment, particularly lead fishing weights. And this one has been created a lot of energy among stakeholders, and so we'll watch that unfold. The EPA looked at this issue quite some time ago and deferred to the states to look at it more closely and look at it at a regional level, and we've made the decision that this is appropriate for us to do. Oops. So the question arises, can product improvements really and truly protect aquatic resources? And I mentioned the pesticide example. I just want to walk through one more example that's really quite, I know there are people in the audience here, this is near and dear to their heart, but I also know it really illustrates a lot of the strength of what I think this program has to offer and where that nexus is, and that's brake pads. I know all of you are familiar with the history of brake pads, the brake pad partnership, the work that was done to monitor the copper that was running off, and the range of TMDLs around the state, especially in the urban watersheds, related to copper and copper loading through brake pad wear and tear. And as a result of the information that was generated, the data, SB 346 went into statute to set some targets for reduction of not only copper but also some of the other metals and materials in the brake pads. So I highlight this example because it highlights a couple things. First of all, it's another poster child for regrettable substitutes. How did we get into this brake pad, this copper situation? Well, a lot of that was driven by the fact that we wanted to get away from asbestos. And so we moved from asbestos to copper without anticipating the unintended consequences, and so we end up with this impairment as a result. So that's one point. The other point about this is it's been a tremendous collaborative effort in terms of, number one, having good data, having good information upon which to make the decision. Number two, working not just with manufacturers, but actually another state. Washington has already implemented their regulations for brake pad target reductions in the chemicals that are listed here. And we are harmonizing our regulations as much as possible with their regulations, and the industry has said repeatedly how grateful they are for that harmonization. They've helped us, trying to figure out how to get a nice mark on a brake pad that that is reliable, that is understandable. It turns out to be quite a challenge, so there were some testing standards that had to be developed, as well as marking standards, and all of that was done in a very collaborative way, and I think will allow us to be quite successful when these regulations go into effect. And again, that rulemaking package is nearing the finish line, and will probably go to notice again within the next couple months. And I think this really is, again, just a great example of the nexus where perhaps the Water Board doesn't have the authority to look at a consumer product, but we do. But we can't do it if we don't get data from the Water Board, if we don't have partnerships, if our staffs aren't talking to one another. I'm really excited to be here at what is considered to be the beginning of this process, so that we can really be in conversation, look for those opportunities, and just see what we can do to support one another. So thank you.
Thank you. That was terrific. And you made a very complex issue intelligible, which I know is your skill, and I really appreciate it a lot. It's also really pretty. I want that graphic.
SFEI.
Yeah.
Trained at
Questions?
SFEI.
Comments, questions?
Fantastic presentation. And also, I've been such a huge fan of the Green Chemistry Initiative under, your leadership, Debbie Raffel's leadership. Just knowing that was a key tool for the water boards, that this was a partnership and so I thank you for ushering this in. I know it's been underway for years, but I just want to recognize this. Just a couple clarifying questions. You mentioned the process very clearly, that you went through stakeholder input for the products you've selected. That's what I'm interested in is, how is the evaluation triggered? It sounds like it can be triggered internally through staff and then and stakeholder input. Is it also triggered through product registration processes? Are there other ways besides this initiative to develop specific regulations that those two questions, is it necessary, is there a safer alternative,
Yeah.
can get triggered?
Yeah. Well, the fundamental way that it's done is by staff research, but with the first 3 products, we did a lot of outreach with especially other state agencies to find out what was in their portfolio that they were struggling with, that they thought this program could help. So engagement with the other agencies is still a key to how we identify products, and will continue to be so. We always ask all stakeholders if they have any issues that they think should be considered, and we'll continue to solicit that. There is a formal petition process for specific product chemical combinations, as well as for chemicals that folks want to see added to our lists.
So that petition process can be initiated by any entity or
Anyone,
member of the public?
Any entity. We do, or anybody in the public, but it's not, it's not a comment box. It does put some burden on them to make their case, to provide us with the evidence, and to give us the information we need to make a decision about whether or not that's warranted. And then lastly, the legislature is always, they are always authorized to tell us what products we're interested in.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Good. No, thank you for that. And I get it, in terms of managing the workload and the process. And it's interesting, though, as you mentioned, the all-important need to partner and collaborate. How wouldn't it be useful to have a system, and I think you do through the petition, but to have self-initiated in industry, initiatives to do product substitution. Are you seeing anything along those lines?
I am. There's a pretty active, I can think of several. If we go to the clothing industry, they have a restricted substances list of substances that they're trying to get out of their products. And a number of corporations have something akin to an alternative analysis process, but ours is more comprehensive than the standard process that's done. We know that the personal care products industry is really struggling to find alternative preservatives, and they've actually come together as a consortium to try to figure out how to address that challenge. They're self-driven at this point. We haven't said anything about preservatives as a specific. So we know that's happening, and I know in the building industry, there are some folks in the building industry who are getting together, and it's a combination of building manufacturers as well as large purchasers, places like Kaiser Permanente and Google and Facebook, who have, large infrastructure, and they are identifying, for instance, their top 10 of products where they think they need to find better solutions. So I like to say that, number one, we're riding a wave that's already, it's already in motion. The other thing is the measure of the success of this program isn't so much about how many products we pick, but just about continuing to advance that conversation and those ways of thinking.
Yeah, I'd like to think the fact that you established the regulation had a positive effect on industry in sending the signal. Do you feel that's the case? That they can use that as
We know,
leverage?
again, in the personal care industry, we know that some of the trade associations have really taken the lead in helping their membership go ahead and look at chemicals that they use in their products and compare it to our candidate chemicals list. They're telling their membership, you can get ahead of this, you can start to anticipate what DTSC might look at.
Excellent. And one last thing, bear with me, thank you. On slide number 11, I don't know if we could bring that up, Janine. This is the slide that said hazard endpoints and adverse impacts.
Yes.
And all those bullet lists. I think you mentioned this in your comments, but basically any of these traits could trigger
Any. And this is, again, this is...
It doesn't have to be, this isn't a popularity contest where you have to be persistent in the environment and have phytotoxicity and not degrade and all those, and aggregate effects and all that. It could be one of these bullets.
One big fat
It is
bullet.
an or. It is an or. And furthermore, one slide that I didn't put in here because, well, I didn't put it in, but there's no rubric, there's no algorithm for how we make our selections. I often say there are no STs. We're not looking for the worst. We're not necessarily going to find the least, the worst, the most, but we're going to find things that have that potential for impact and may cause harm.
So, and then that will get to kind of where I'm going. And you mentioned how important it was to have the partnership with the state of Washington, for instance, when you were working on the copper issue, to have consistent state regulations. There are certain products in widespread consumer circulation that are interstate, and especially in my work doing monitoring on trash in waters, we just see the packaging that's persistent in the environment. It may not be toxic as we can demonstrate now with data, but there may be issues with toxicity in terms of sites for transport of bioaccumulative substances, for instance. So absent all that detailed data, the issue of persistence alone could trigger some kind of process. That's where I'm interested, certainly in partnership. But if California were to, initiate a review of persistent plastics in packaging, it's a national issue. We have packaging coming in from all over the country, and yet there are possible substitutes that aren't as persistent in the environment that I've seen. So this is an issue that affects municipal stormwater. You have any thoughts on that concept and any discussions that you've had on things like persistent packaging?
We have not. I will say that of all of the comments we got in the work on the 3-year work plan, one of the comments we got the most frequently was, why don't you consider food packaging? And a lot of that was around, for instance, the endocrine disruptors that might be in can liners and things like that, and not so much driven by the packaging. And so that hasn't been an explicit focus of our attention at this stage.
And you have a lot of great projects that are lined up, but this is one of those items in circulation that's so ubiquitous and accepted, and it concerns me because when we actually do the analytical work in quantifying the amount of persistent trash in creeks and the bays and the ocean, it's really piling up and having effects, but they aren't necessarily toxic effects.
Well, and toxicity doesn't need to be the driver. It's just, it's about impacts, right? And if, so there's nothing, um, that precludes us from looking at something from that perspective. And again, this is only a subset of the endpoints that we're allowed to consider.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I know I didn't mean to. I bring it up as one of those items that's out there that might be not in the, right at the center of your discussions today, because there's all those other important issues too. But the folks here in the audience and are watching on the web, we've grappled with the issue of persistence that may not be toxic and yet be causing effects that we're struggling with.
Well, again, as the conversations consider, we may be able to think about whether or not that's something we should take a closer look at.
Thank you for the discussion.
Thank you. That was a very informative and excellent presentation. Some of the comments that we've received on the initiative include a suggestion of working through the petition process and for the green products regulations to look at zinc. And it was suggested that under the regulations, petitions filed or co-filed by state agencies would have some sort of priority. I just wanted to confirm that.
It's written that way. That's it, but I will also say we don't have a stack of 100 petitions that we're wading through, so.
Are there any specific guidelines with respect to the process for doing such a petition?
We have an online tool for submitting the petitions, and it does walk through what's required to submit the petition, what kind of data we're looking for, what kind of information we're looking for. But we haven't issued any standalone guidance beyond the regulations. The petitions are addressed explicitly in the regulations, and we haven't issued anything beyond that.
And it would be, I think you mentioned this, the petitioner's responsibility to provide the data necessary.
Much data as they can so that we can make a decision.
That was great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, as well as that invitation and activity to work together.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's not take a break until 11. Does that give people enough time to get caffeine and snack or whatever? Okay. 11 o'clock, 11:05, but we'll try and go for 11. Great, thanks. Okay, we're back. Thank you very much. It has been pointed out to me by my able vice chair that we probably will need to take a lunch break. We'll take a short one, but it'll be closer to 1, just to keep our pacing up. I want to make sure we do have the chance to talk with folks and ask questions and get everything we want out of this. But thank you. All right, we have 4 panels coming up. One will be the California Stormwater Quality Association, followed by the Coastkeeper Alliance, followed by the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, followed by the Business Community Coalition, and then we'll move to public comment and then discussion. So with that, California Stormwater. Great. And you've asked for 25 minutes for this. Of course, we'll have questions too that will.
Morning,
set
Chair
more time.
Marcus, board members, members of the audience. I'm Gerhard Hubner, Deputy Director at the Ventura County Watershed Protection District. Today I'm speaking on behalf of CASQUA as the chair, and with my panel today, we'll be providing CASQUA's perspectives, and I put perspectives, changes actually, so it would be perspectives and comments on the proposed State Board Stormwater Strategic Initiative. In today's presentation, CASQUA's panel will include introductory remarks from myself. Mr. Scott Taylor, our past chair, will be describing some of CASQUA's recently completed strategic vision. Mr. Jeff Persaud, our executive director, will follow with comments and suggestions on the State Board staff's proposal, and Ms. Jill Bicknell, our incoming chair for 2016, will provide some concluding remarks. So let me just start by saying unequivocally, CASQUA strongly supports State Board's proposed stormwater initiative. Clearly a lot of good thought, good work is reflected in the document. Staff reached out, they did it right, they did it through the stakeholder process with their pre-workshop series. Second, implementation and resourcing of this initiative is critically important. I don't know how many plans I've worked on throughout my career where if you don't resource it, if you don't provide the resources, it's not going to be implemented, and success, for it to succeed, it won't be successful. So if you can get on to it, we would strongly encourage that. Third, you're going to hear several suggestions today for the prioritization in addition to projects for you to consider. And I can emphasize some of the importance of how critical stormwater is. You've heard it before as a water manager for a Southern California county. Many times this is critical. And as we work towards, and we're in the 4th year of a drought, And as we have to prepare for the next drought, as you know, this is the future. So thank you, and thank you also for your initiative and your leadership on the whole drought issue, by the way. This is also, of course, the first step in the right direction to address some of the longstanding issues and barriers, and you've heard a few already, funding in particular, and I will just say wet weather pathogens for some of us. And then finally, this is, of course, is an opportunity for us to work collaboratively in solving many of these challenging issues. So with that, in my introductory remarks, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Scott Taylor.
All right, thanks a lot, Gerhard. Turn me on. Thanks. CASCA spent the past year investing in the development of a vision and strategic actions document. And the purpose of this document is to build consensus on how best to meet the goals of the Clean Water Act in an efficient and effective manner. The CASCA vision itself is simple but direct. Manage stormwater as a vital component of California's water resources to support human and ecological needs, to protect water quality, and to restore our waterways. The CASCA vision is supported by 3 guiding principles that you see on this slide. Simplifying them, manage stormwater as a resource. Regulations need to support sustainable stormwater programs, and we need greater public support for the stormwater program. The CASCA vision is very consistent with the State Board's strategic initiative, and this is really for 2 reasons. First, I think the documents just contain fundamental truths about the program. And secondly, and a little more pedestrian, we collaborated on each in their development. The CASCA visioning process identified projects that could be considered as part of the strategic initiative, and also includes projects that are virtually the same as those in the initiative, and some other projects that I think would be good, as we were talking a little bit earlier, that could be used for cross-pollination. So opportunities to coordinate. The CASCA vision represents a consensus of MS4s in the state regarding the general direction of the stormwater program. And as such, I think it's among our most important work to date. Dwight Eisenhower noted that plans are useless, but planning's indispensable. The value of the plan lies not in the words of the document, but in the actions that comprise the planning process, and then, by extension, implementation. So this is the basis of the proposal that one of the proposals we bring to you today, is that we extract the exceptional work that's been done not only on your plan, but as well as ours, by continuing the planning and execution process through the formation of an implementation committee. We're here to partner with you to ensure that the effort that went into our plan does not stall, and your plan does not stall. We want to create a formal process that's a forum for multiple stakeholders with different points of view to openly collaborate and make the implementation projects in the plan successful. So we propose an implementation committee jointly chaired by CASCA and the State Board, made up of stakeholders to implement the strategic initiative and the complementary portions of our vision. And we leave as much of the formation detail up to this committee as you like. And here's just a little bit more meat on the bones. The implementation committee will prioritize and oversee the projects for execution and review the work. We see another of the implementation committee's duties as the stormwater program ombudsman to a certain extent, to see the projects through, report regularly on progress to the CASCA board as well as to this board. The implementation committee will be responsible for identifying the funding, developing the scope of work, and shepherding really the work projects to completion. So in summary, we're asking you for direction to staff to work with us to set up this implementation committee. And at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Jeff Brousseau to discuss some of our recommendations for near-term actions. Jeff.
Before Jeff begins, a quick question.
Yes.
How do you envision that this implementation committee be funded and supported?
I guess from our side and our perspective, CASCA would provide those people and resources. We do have resources within CASCA, and we'd be willing to support our share of it. We would be looking to the State Board probably to do the same. Haven't thought, that through in any detail, but that's my first reaction.
And as far as funding for the projects are concerned, do you envisioning that this implementation committee might be able to access non-governmental type of funding for those projects?
Yeah, I think any and all funding sources would be on the table. Again, CASCA brings resources to the table for projects that we would support. The state has resources, and we're looking at other ways to jointly explore combining those right now. So I think all of those would be good options.
And also, Tam mentioned earlier the idea of regional pilots, if you will, that bring some integration. Are you going to address that issue?
Yes, I will.
Right.
It's halfway down my slide here.
Great. I think that I understand that, and I've done committees like this. As you can imagine, there will be other speakers who have concerns about, even though there's stakeholder engagement, having us and the representative of those we regulate co-chairing a committee together on the, so there's some optics and there's some there'll be other people who might also want to be co-chairs of a committee. But the idea of doing that kind of work in a collaborative way is obviously the same we've done on cost of compliance. So I'm keeping an open mind to think about how it might, but don't be surprised if you hear other people comment on it. But
Yeah,
thank you for putting it out as a
I appreciate that comment. I think we've got a pretty good history about doing things the other way, so more collaboration might be a refreshing change.
And I certainly appreciate Chair's comment about concerns, optics, but also, as you can tell from my questions, I'm looking for, obviously, part of the idea behind this is to go outside the box and think about other ways, especially different approaches that might be able to give all of us not that we want to sidestep our regulatory authority and responsibility, but just to broaden the discussion and the options that we have more flexibility than just as a single regulatory agency mindset to explore what other avenues might be possible, especially through the funding side, in order to accomplish some of these mutual goals. So that's why I'm intrigued in the idea.
Thank you for the opportunity to come in. And just to go off script quickly, you were talking about maybe merging projects in order to take things more on prioritization. The idea of partnering, I think, is also going to be critical, as you're alluding to as well. Talking about projects or actions, this is our list. CASCA fully supports the board casting a wide net at the formative stages of this kind of effort, but we also recognize at this point that prioritization is vital because obviously you can't do everything at once. We strongly support the prioritization of projects 1A, B, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 22, and we're also recommending that projects 16 and 21 be elevated to near-term actions as well. I heard a lot of support this morning for projects 13 and 17 on the board and the staff, and so maybe we wouldn't necessarily recommend those be lower priority, but I think we were looking for a prioritization exercise. If something goes higher, something sort of has to go lower, so that's what we're suggesting there.
hard.
Sorry, guys. These identified projects are closely aligned with the CASCA vision that Scott was just describing, and CASCA would be willing to support implementation of these projects. In many cases, CASCA may have existing or planned work efforts and funding that we could be leveraged in helping support these as well. So I think we have funding within CASCA, as Scott said, but I think we're also cognizant, as you say, Board Member Dodick, that we should think outside the box in terms of other sources, NGO funding, private foundation funding, whatever it takes, because this is a big job and deserves significant funding. CASCA supports keeping the other priorities as is, and because we actually think that many of the other priorities are dependent on these early priorities, and that they will come along as the projects get initiated. The next three slides I'm going to present are going to talk a little bit about project 16, 21 in the middle column there, and then project 4 in the first column as well. But being mindful of getting spread too thin, which happens to us in the stormwater world all the time, our recommendations in terms of suggesting more scope or more projects, we think at least they will be able to be folded under existing priorities, and so hopefully it's not a a whole new thing that we're suggesting that has to be done. Let's see. Okay. Oops, I think I went too far. Yeah. We believe that a broader look at the regulatory programs is needed to fully address the guiding principle number 3, which is the one about effective and efficient regulatory programs. And this speaks, I think, somewhat to board members Dodek's comments this morning about the linkage to the vision. Maybe board member Diadamo's comments about is there some broader goals here that are kind of missing. I think we also see the list of projects as somewhat kind of a loose association of projects, and maybe they need some kind of a framework, some kind of glue to kind of hold them all together. So the strategic initiative notes that it has been developed to build upon lessons learned and successes of previous and existing permits. It would be helpful to include the list of lessons learned and successes to allow a better evaluation of the proposed projects. While the strategic initiative includes a number of projects that address key issues, it's not clear how the issues relate to the lessons learned and to the goals for those projects. So we're thinking that, again, that glue needs to be kind of put together. Whether that's a separate project or whether it's integrated to another project, I think that can be determined. But the bottom line is Casca feels that an initial step is needed to use the stormwater program priorities to align the regulatory programs and modifications to those regulatory programs to best address the priorities. And to address this concern, Casca is recommending that either a new project be included or that we actually beef up project number 16 to address providing that glue. And we've got some more details in our comment letter as well. And then integrated resource water management. You've heard some of the story before. Better integration and recognition of the value of stormwater as a resource in the integrated water resource management programs should be addressed in these projects, we believe. Several of the proposed projects include components related to integrated water resource management, but none of the projects includes a comprehensive evaluation and discussion of just how stormwater fits into the overall water resource planning for the state and the RWMPs. In many RWMP efforts, stormwater agencies have struggled, as you I'm sure have heard many times, to get those stormwater projects incorporated into the RWMPs. And historically, and more recently actually due to the drought, ironically, the development of funding guidelines and priorities for funding have inadvertently resulted in actually almost lowering the priority for stormwater because people just don't think of it as a water supply. They think, oh, that's a stormwater project. We need more water in this state. We should be funding water supply projects that are more traditional. They don't think necessarily about stormwater as a resource.
That's actually helpful to know. I realize there are a number of places where we can improve coordination, but I didn't realize that was a big one. So that, I think if we can, John, even in addition to the strategy, can we just maybe one of the other board members and I with you go meet with Gary Bardini and just do a IRWM? Because we also have the Water Action Plan, of course, which focuses on IRWM, but also focuses on multiple benefit thinking. And so we obviously need to tune up what's going on within our programs if that's happening.
Yeah, I thought that was a key
I think
point
that's
you
a
brought
problem we
up.
might be able to fix very quickly.
It's key for us to move in on that. You
Thank
brought up
you.
in your written comments. That's good.
For flagging it.
And we suggest potentially might be a modification of projects 1C, 4, and or 8 potentially as well. So that would be good.
And I would suggest that you be meeting not just with Gary, Gary, I'm saving you here, but also with the funding leads, because it's really in the funding that is where the problem lies, I think.
Yeah.
Not so much in regional integration, recognizing the role of stormwater. I'm going from my experience in Southern California, but getting funding for stormwater, it's kind of not theirs, it's ours.
Well, there's ours too, sure.
Well, no, it tends to get looked at as ours. And so they would spend things on the things that are theirs, which is like conservation or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's all part of becoming one water. It's
Right.
Yeah.
And also the action plan calls on our agencies to really align, and this is a
Right.
good example.
Yeah.
And finally, talking about Project 21, this is one that we think should be elevated to a near-term action. pollution prevention, true source control, whatever label you want to put on it, is obviously, ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Ben Franklin was pretty smart when he said that. And it really has proven to be true. It's a very effective way of keeping stormwater cleaner than it would be otherwise, and it's very cost effective. And it's really, we've started considering it's one of our super BMPs because it's just so powerful. When you actually do this and put the investment on brake pads or substituting one pesticide for another or taking lead out of gasoline, the savings are tremendous, and the investment turns out to be an amazingly smart decision at that time. We do recommend that the scope of the Project 21 also be expanded to include the identification of pollutant sources, really kind of going back to the very beginning. Where did this pollutant first come from, and how does it get from there in time and space into stormwater, and how do we deal with it? Because that helps you find the real answers. And the answers, I think, is Deputy Director Meredith Williams was saying, is that it can be a variety of answers to dealing with the problem. And banning a product is one possibility, but oftentimes the rare result, many times, is product substitution. That was the case when we dealt with brake pads. I know being involved in the brake pad effort, the conversation early on was about, let's not trade one problem for another problem. Let's get this right once and for all, and be very careful and surgical and methodical about that. So I think that's really how it
Well, it took a while as a result, but it's...
takes a while as a result, but again, the return on investment is really there. So CASCA also recommends potentially changing the name of this one. As we've heard, true source control is kind of a hot button term. It's this idea of true north versus north on your compass, but it's sort of lost on everybody. And so we can take something more typical like pollution prevention and pollutant source identification. And as I said before, we do think because it's such an important tool in our toolbox, we think it really should be a near-term action, because you really can't start that kind of effort too soon as well. Thanks again for the opportunity, and I'm going to turn over to Jill.
That's very good.
Again, I'm Jill Bicknell. As Gerhard said, I'm the incoming chair of CASQA, and I also represent the Santa Clara Valley Urban Runoff Pollution Prevention Program on the CASQA board. So I'm just going to cover a couple other additional items we had in our comment letter, and then give a conclusion slide. And the first additional comment is sort of a procedural one. It was more to suggest that you add a mechanism to incorporate new projects that might come from the current projects. For example, the Project 1B, addressing barriers to stormwater capture and use. There may be some actions identified to address those barriers, and there needs to be just a mechanism to insert a continuing project into your prioritization process. And this kind of ties in with what Greg said earlier about this being a living document, and as updates are provided to you on a regular basis, you can maybe see where some of these new projects may fit in. The second comment I wanted to make is as we think about stormwater as a resource, which we all support, particularly in projects 1A, B, and C, and issues 1, 2, and 3, we need to remember the concept of technical feasibility and the fact that infiltration, especially deep infiltration into a groundwater resource, is not feasible everywhere, and it can't be the only option that we consider. Coming from the Bay Area, we have a lot of limitations on infiltration in the areas near the Bay particularly. And so things like partial infiltration, detention, treatment, and discharge, or stormwater capture in facilities, above ground or below ground facilities for non-potable use are options that need to be on the table as well. So we want to make sure you're thinking broadly about stormwater as a resource. So in conclusion, I hope you've gotten the message that we really support your efforts to prioritize and use resources for these near-term actions. We strongly recommend including Project 16, which was the statewide regulatory framework as expanded, suggested by Jeff, and also Project 21, the True Source Control Project, just to use the brief language. As immediate action projects, we feel they're really crucial to making the whole work plan work. And we are very committed to working with you to implement the plan in whatever way is appropriate. And excuse me, I'd like to meet with you next month if possible to discuss this idea of an implementation committee, maybe, what other parties need to be involved and how we can really get that set up to get these projects started. So thank you for your time today.
Very much. Any questions?
I have a couple of questions. It's mostly follow-up from earlier things that were said up here. Do you think it's worth kind of trying to address the issue between flood control and stormwater? I mean, is that just not, I mean, it's in your name now, stormwater. So do you ever have trouble with that? And then the second is the whole notion of project that Dee Dee brought up. Is that something that we need to get clarity on?
I can offer on the question of stormwater versus flood management. And early on, when we started looking at low-impact development kinds of approaches, we recognized that in the hydrograph, flood control, flood management is a very important thing, and we didn't want to affect that. But there's also what's called the water quality volume, which is the small storms in the first part of larger storms that we can deal with for water quality purposes. And so we sort of bifurcated the hydrograph into two pieces: the water quality piece, and then the gully washers, basically. And so I think that's how one way we've kind of figured out how to deal with the two at the same time. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts about that.
Just add, I have this dynamic every day with my colleagues working in what used to be called the Flood Control District in Ventura County. And an interesting dynamic too is they're all worried about the El Nino, and I said, we're in a historic fourth-year drought. Don't take your eyes off that. I think at least the way I'm proceeding within our county is the stormwater resource planning effort, and even looking at our facilities and opportunities for retrofit or how we can multi-purpose those. In fact, we had a discussion this week. So yes, I think it's part of the discussion. It will always be part of the discussion. And as I mentioned in my earlier comments, as we prepare for the next drought, it has to be part of the dynamic.
Yeah, and I would just speak to this issue of the project. I think, from CASCA's perspective, we've spent a long time thinking about this and the framework for what needs to change, and we've built that into our vision. And in talking to Greg and his staff, putting the initiative together, I think they did the same deep level of thinking. And I guess from the staff level here, we're ready to move forward with projects. I think we have a sufficient framework and a construct to operate within. And as Greg pointed out, this is going to be very adaptive. And perhaps a lot of that kind of high-level thinking didn't make it, unambiguously into the documents, because it's pretty difficult to articulate sometimes. But I think that that's something that we can do relatively quickly if that would provide you with more comfort, because I think that work has been done.
Well, yeah, we all need it too for to implement all of the projects, from financing to whatever. We do need a succinct message about what's the importance of this, what's the priority, what's our role, what are we doing to help facilitate, the vision in using all of our tools. So again, I agree with you though, it shouldn't be that hard to do. Others?
Couple things. No, thank you. I appreciated your comment letter, and I appreciate the constructive gesture to try to team and be an implementation committee, recognizing that we need to be all-inclusive in this, and that we have to have an arm's length relationship as well. But I think by having the collaborative framework, we can come up with accountability within this sort of committee framework. I want to explore it further. Because I think the challenge is so daunting, as we move from a 20th century drainage framework and mindset to this 21st century, where in your vision, you've included not just protecting water quality, but restoring our waterways. That's in your vision, and I'm moved by that.
That was good.
I think, that then gets us in a mindset of infrastructure, not just in green streets, but actually in wetlands and waterways, and counting that as our infrastructure. And we need to think in those terms because of the financial challenges of attaining that kind of a vision. So we need partnership to do this at state and local level. But we need accountability. We need to say we're going to commit to do these things to achieve these water quality outcomes, and we're going to do it in this time frame with these expenditures. We need this accountability, and we need the environmental community right with us to hold us to those commitments. So I just wanted to acknowledge your presentation and your comments in that regard. Taking a step back, I'm struck right now by a sense of urgency in our state. You know, a real need to move faster than the plan on a lot of levels. And stormwater capture and use is part of that. And you all are positioned in the recent discussion we just had about, you know, flood control assets, stormwater assets. You're thinking about this, you know, Ventura and other places in our state. I'll reference a document I reviewed recently from the Center for Energy and the Environment out of UC Berkeley. They talked about accelerating cost-effective green stormwater infrastructure. And just a couple of characteristics that I pull out of this, and maybe I would like your feedback on this. You know, currently, some barriers that have been identified to green infrastructure are, you know, the cost effectiveness and the pollution control effectiveness and all that. But in certain frameworks, combined sewer systems, for instance, they're already moving forward with green infrastructure because there's a cost effectiveness to it they've already figured out. And it seems like the MS4 framework is catching up in some ways and can benefit from what the CSO challenge has given us in terms of technical information. But I would like you to comment on that. Is there a way to kind of accelerate an MS4 you know, integration of green infrastructure design standards? And I'm aware of a few in the different parts of the state now, but is that something we should team up on as far as an outcome? Is standardized design standards for drainage, you know, that we can really put forward and then see get built in the ground? Because I think with the urgency of having no snowpack, that every drop counts. You know, regardless of, you know, whether we have a rainy season coming up, are there things we can do now? You know, I mean, I know there's a lot that goes into, you know, there's 55 weeks, you know, to go from concept to building. That was the Australian quote I remember. 55 weeks, you know, because they were in drought urgency. And so I just want to put, just make comment to that and see, you know, when we look at barriers to green infrastructure and the potential water supply benefit as well as the ecological benefit, you know, do you see, I wanted to give some credence to Board Member Diadamo's comment, you know, and the possibility for projects. When Paso Robles, which Scott Taylor knows a lot about, they hadn't even finished their project on 21st Street, and that gully washer came in November of 2013. And instead of flooding out the expo grounds, that water disappeared in the ground, and it went to where their water supply comes from. So, you know, there are things we can do, but as we look forward, do you think there might be some opportunity to have, you know, tangible projects along these lines and regional pilots?
Well,
And actually, before you answer that, let me pile on. Janine, if you could put up slide 8. Okay, these are your recommendations for actions. And following what Member Moore just said, looking at this, I can envision regionally focused projects that would encompass and hopefully measure and demonstrate all these concepts. I see nodding heads, so you would agree. I mean, I would imagine that great minds working together in collaboration could come up with a series of projects with these concepts in mind.
yeah, you know, I agree. And I think one of the things, again, we've done a lot of thinking about this in the development of the CASCA vision. And I think one of the things that we came in, you know, the self-examination, self-awareness phase was that we've done a really poor job at PR in stormwater. You know, when we go to a community and say, oh, we've got to remove copper from this creek, you know, that's right above sick and dead on most people's lists because they don't see the impact to them. But if you change that around and talk about environmental enhancements, things that resonate, and also build in, and this goes to your point, Board Member Moore, about how can we accelerate this? Well, I think the answer is in multi-benefit projects. If you go to a community, and let's just take the Green Street as example, because we talked about that recently, and say, you know what, we're going to improve groundwater recharge, improve surface water quality, add a class 1 bike lane, put some street furniture out, and improve transit. Does that sound better than we're going to remove copper from the creek? It does to me,
I'm
and
liking
I'm in the business. So I think, and that goes back to where we were in our Casca vision, and our one of our major tenets was we have to improve public support because we are going to be asking for money. We have spent a lot of money on gray infrastructure, and it's going to cost a lot of money to change it. But if we present it, and let's face it, we live in a world of perception. So if we have a good presentation, and probably a few more pictures than we did in our slideshow, I think we can get there, and I think we can get there quicker. And I absolutely agree, demonstration projects are the best way to go because you can show proof of life and return on investment. You know, I think in the CSO example that you gave, the impetus was there, right? Because you've got overflows, and it's very easy to show, look, we have to eliminate these sewage overflows by implementing this green infrastructure. We haven't done that direct linkage and that good a job on the separated system side. So that's one of our challenges, and we'll take that on in our partnership with you.
Right, thank you very much. I know you're sticking around, so we'll probably have more discussion. Next presentation on behalf of a number of environmental groups is Sarah Amanzadeh for Coastkeeper Alliance. Thank you. Got a lot of letterhead on the PowerPoint. That's good. You can sit. Great, great. Oh, there should be a clicker.
All right. Good morning, board members.
Morning. I can't decide which logo I like best of all. They're all really good. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, and as the logos show, I represent the California Waterkeeper organizations throughout California. Collectively, we are the California Coastkeeper Alliance, and as the board knows, our waterkeepers work daily to protect water quality and ensure clean and healthy waterways throughout the state for the benefit of Californians and California ecosystems. And stormwater is a huge part of that. It's a huge part of what waterkeepers do and the work that we do in the different watersheds of California. And as such, we've been actively engaged in work to mitigate stormwater pollution for 20 years. Many of our groups have reviewed, inspected, and negotiated best management practices and monitored dischargers since the original stormwater permits. And we've worked very closely with the State Water Board to develop and implement these permits that improve California's water quality. And over the past practically 2 years now, we've also been working with State Water Board staff to develop this initiative. We're very excited about it. We think that it has a lot of potential. And I think that it's very well timed. I think, you know, the drought has really heightened the public's engagement and awareness about water and water issues in California. And as Board Member Moore noted, there's a real urgency around water that I don't think we've seen before. And so there is a real opportunity here, and we see the Stormwater Initiative as a really great platform to advance some of the work that we have ahead of us in terms of managing stormwater as a resource. And there is a lot of support for that concept. I was very happy to see that prominently mentioned in CASQA's comments and in their work. You know, there's great agreement around the fact that stormwater should be managed as a resource. Another sort of trend that we've observed on a less positive note is we've witnessed an exchange of enforceability for discharger participation. And, as the discussion referenced earlier, the fact that the regulated community and the association would be jointly chairing a committee, we find that to be problematic. There are a lot of opportunities and
I thought you might.
yes, there are a lot of opportunities to work together and use collaboration, but there are also instances where, there needs to be some accountability and enforcement. And, the recently affirmed Los Angeles County MS4 permit provides an alternative method of compliance to receiving water limitations, and if dischargers engage in a strategy and in a process. And we find this trend problematic. We think that if there was more focus on objective enforcement provisions rather than processes and off-ramps and safe harbors, that would be much better. And so in terms of looking at the Stormwater Initiative and the efficient, effective regulatory system, we're going to have some comments on that front that I think may differ from some of my colleagues here today. And so we hope to see, as we implement this Stormwater Initiative, we strongly support the theme and the trend of managing stormwater as a resource, but we also hope to see some improvement and sort of a cultural shift in terms of how we look at enforcement as perhaps necessarily less of a collaborative process and more of just an objective, accountable process.
Probably you need to have a fair amount more conversation about that. It's frustrating to be in a petition process where we couldn't have conversations through the process. 'Cause
Yes.
The process that was frustrating. I think you'll find that there's not as much disagreement. Then you're talking strategy and tactics, because as we've talked about, the issue is how do you find that sweet spot where you're encouraging this really hard working together against geographic boundaries, organizational boundaries, and silos to do this big thing, versus getting people to say, I got to build a treatment plant because I don't want to have a violation. And so
Right.
that's the space we may have differences on where the sweet spot is, but it's along a continuum. So
Right.
we need to have conversations in this about using our regulatory authorities too. So as I said at the outset, that is very important.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So one topic that's been raised repeatedly, I think, on all sides of the podium today is the importance of resource dedication in terms of making this initiative successful. I know that this board has no sort of appetite for paper exercises. That goes without saying. But we do need to see some real funding and resources and staff time dedicated to this so that we can really implement these projects. And was particularly encouraged to hear Board Member Dodick reference the opportunity posed by potential pilot projects to really start implementing these. And I also really liked what Greg said about the fact that, we're moving into a new phase. This is no longer a PDF initiative document. This is an actual living, breathing program that we'll all implement together. So that was very encouraging. On the stakeholder engagement note, as I flagged earlier, it's very important that there's a balanced and fair participation by stakeholders. I think in particular we could maybe engage the environmental justice community a little bit more to see how we might be able to look at the right to clean water. That's a really important piece of, I think, everything that the State Water Board does. And in general, whether we have an implementation committee framework or another framework, we just ask for a balance between environmental community and regulated community input. In the development of the trash policy, I think that was a pretty good model. We had a public advisory group that was 5 non-governmental organizations and 5 dischargers. And I think as a result, it was a balanced discussion. There was a lot of participation throughout and had a pretty thorough and fair discussion. And along these same lines, for the numerous projects that are identified, it would be very helpful to retain independent experts. I know that CASCWA and others have a lot of resources to bring to bear, but I think it's pretty important as we move forward that the technical analysis, which will inform the stormwater program and permits, is done by independent experts. So turning to our priorities, we submitted detailed comments and we've met dozens of times, I think, at this point with staff and board. So I won't reiterate all of the issues, just focusing on a couple here. First, we really we really want to see stormwater used as a resource. The time is ripe with the drought. There are a lot of opportunities there. And we can really, I think, frame it effectively and draw on additional resources if we frame it as a drought response strategy. Also very interested in the watershed management zones statewide. Have some concerns and specifics around the technical guidance on the reasonable assurance analysis, which Becky will discuss in more detail. This may be another issue of sort of difference of opinion, but we also strongly urge you to move forward in looking at sector-specific numeric effluent limits for industrial and construction activities. And we didn't raise the trash hotspot issue in our comments because we saw that it was well addressed, but that's also something that we strongly support and encourage as we move forward. So first, just to the stormwater as a resource, I think there's really good agreement on that front. And as with everything in this initiative, it will be very resource dependent. If we don't invest resources in this piece, we'll only be sort of framing stormwater as a resource in principle and not in practice. And I know that there's pretty good universal agreement all around the table for this, so I hope we can really dedicate some resources to this, and collectively work together to identify other resources as well to implement these projects. I won't read these out.
Go back to that picture, those pictures. These are relatively small.
Right.
And I know you all have your problems with the MS4 in LA, but one of it's not that they're not doing these things. They're doing all of these things, but they are also looking at large reservoirs.
Yes.
To capture a runoff from a lot of places. Is that a problem?
No, I mean, there are aspects of the LA MS4 permit that we strongly support, including all of the good aspects of it that promote integrated regional water management. So we support that, yeah. And maybe I could have actually, you're right, selected bigger projects that really show the real opportunity of stormwater capture, not these smaller pieces.
Right. And these help, but
right.
If you're really going to make an impact, it's going to have to be some big stuff as well.
I agree, and your point is very well taken. So rather than go through these are some of the product outcomes that we strongly support, and we discuss these in our comment letter.
There's a lot there. I know you're trying to save time, but thank you for the thoughtfulness.
There's a lot, yeah, and we do have comments into the board on these aspects. We strongly support using stormwater capture as a drought response strategy, a lot of opportunity there. We think that these projects should all be considered high priority, extremely timely given the drought crisis, again, to just echo Board Member Moore's comments about the urgency. So for Project 7, for the watershed management zones, we strongly support this project. We were very involved in the Central Coast Water Board's work to develop the 95th percentile storm retention standard, and hope to see that this application could be done statewide. Strongly support that and would love to work with the board on that. With respect to the technical guidance for reasonable assurance analysis, sort of to Board Member Spivey-Weber's point, we support the board's desire to promote stormwater capture and augment local water supplies and address water quality concerns. But as you know, we believe that the attempts to implement alternative compliance approaches for the receiving water limitations has been illegal. And I will let Becky speak to this in a bit more detail. But if Project 6 moves forward, we would urge you to provide guidance to make sure that the reasonable assurance analysis are properly implemented and that water quality standards are met. For Project 18, we're strongly supportive, I think, as the board is well familiar with, numeric effluent limits. We feel that this fits very well under the guiding principle 3 to implement efficient and effective regulatory programs, and we strongly support the prioritization of developing numeric effluent limits. We feel that it's a highly effective and highly efficient tool, and we've worked with the board quite a bit over the past couple of years to identify potential ways to make this a reality. So we hope that to see in the stormwater initiative that the State Water Board is really acknowledging that we are at a place with the proper data to develop numeric effluent limits in some cases, and just ask that you raise this to a high priority project. And I think I skipped over one. It's just on the trash hotspot program. We didn't flag this in our comments, but we just want to thank you for committing to this and seeing that the trash policy can be implemented and sort of start to be integrated into all of the State Water Board's programs and initiatives. We think it's a really important project that trash hotspots, areas that are not addressed through the MS4, are really examined by the State Water Board in terms of their stormwater management generally. And with that, I will just conclude and thank the board for their work on this. I thank CASCWA for their comments as well. We look forward to working with all of the other stakeholders on this. I was actually also involved on the California Council for Environment and Economic Balance early consideration of stormwater principles. I don't endorse all of the comments, but we've been looking at this in a collaborative way and hope to continue to work with the board. Thank you.
And feel free to take a couple. You asked for less time than the other panels, so don't. When the buzzer goes off, don't worry. Don't go on forever, but don't worry about the buzzer.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Becky Hyatt, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council and Heal the Bay. First, I want to thank you all for holding this public workshop and providing us the opportunity to weigh in on the initiative and the draft proposal. Both NRDC and Heal the Bay have long advocated for instituting a shift in the way we view stormwater. That is, instead of viewing stormwater as a type of nuisance and liability and hazard, we should really be treating it as a valuable regional asset. That's why our organizations support the identification of projects 1A and 1B as immediate action projects. Though projects 1A and 1B are critical and are increasingly being recognized as such by all stakeholders, they will be impossible to achieve without identifying adequate sources of funding to build, operate, and maintain stormwater capture projects, in particular the large regional projects that board member Spivey Weber noted earlier. In the LA region, we have seen funding being the primary obstacle to meeting TMDL requirements in some cases and to meeting MS4 permit requirements in general. And we fear that without concerted innovative effort on identifying funding opportunities, stormwater plans such as the watershed management programs and the enhanced watershed management programs under the LA County MS4 permit will become nothing more than just a paper exercise. Therefore, we were pleased to see Project 8 on the immediate action project list, and we urge the initiative staff to move forward with this project as quickly as possible. With respect to Project 5, which is to assess alternative compliance approaches to meeting MS4 permit receiving water limitations, we do have some serious concerns. In particular, if the initiative team decides to use the LA County MS4 permit as the model for an alternative compliance approach to be incorporated into all future Phase 1 MS4 permits across the state. While we are supportive of the watershed-based approach under the LA permits WIMP and EWIMP, and we are especially supportive of the water supply-oriented approach to stormwater management under the EWIMP, our number one concern with the WIMP and EWIMP approach is that it provides safe harbors for permittees and dischargers and excuses ultimate achievement of water quality standards, which goes against the objective of any MS4 permit. Therefore, in the guidance and permit template language for alternative compliance approaches, the initiative team, if the initiative team decides to recommend the WIMP and EWIMP approach as one method to one alternative method to meeting permit requirements, it must not include the safe harbor benefits that are seen in LA's permit. And moreover, for any type of alternative compliance approach, the initiative team should provide detailed technical guidance on how to conduct a reasonable assurance analysis, and more importantly, what constitutes a sufficient RA. If a permittee is allowed to choose an alternative method to meeting permit requirements, then the result of the RA must demonstrate that whatever alternative compliance method approach will actually achieve water quality standards. Otherwise, the alternative compliance methods should not be approved by the appropriate regional water board. As such, we support the identification of Project 6 as the median action project, and we look forward to working with the initiative team during the next phase of the initiative to develop a work plan that will ensure a successful and timely implementation of the highest priority projects. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our comments.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate the detailed comments you provided, and Ms. Amanzadeh, I concur that you've been collaborative in this whole process and been a real important participant and representing all of the different environmental community. And one thing that I centered in on, there's a lot of good input, was recognition of the watershed management zone efforts at the Central Coast Water Board, where I'm a liaison board member, and their efforts there. Now, you did mention the 95th percentile as kind of one of the quantitative measures that may be, or probably is achievable in a lot of areas, but, you know, we've chosen the 85th percentile for statewide reasons and all that. I see that as kind of a detail that we can work out, you know, in the specific areas. So I'm glad you bring attention to it. But I guess my question is, do you see some pretty clear overlap between the watershed management zone approach, which really is gearing in on the water cycle, water budget management based on watershed boundary or groundwater basin boundary? Do you see that as being what we're learning in the Central Coast, having some applicability on the issues that we brought up about, you know, reasonable assurance, you know, the type of technical homework that's done in these specific zones as they're defined, then turns around and helps us, you know, come up with better technical guidance for reasonable assurance. Because I'll tell you, you know, for everybody, I completely agree that these reasonable assurance analyses have to demonstrate compliance with water quality standards. I completely agree. And, you know, it's just a matter of what's feasible in the time frame. And, you know, and so I want to assure the environmental community I'm unwavering on that principle. And so I see as a real possibility for us to collaborate in terms of what is an analysis that we can have confidence in, and a process to revisit it if we're not if we're falling short in terms of what the analysis has provided. So again, do you see some parallels with the watershed management zone approach, and then places like LA or San Diego and now San Francisco that are looking at alternative compliance approaches?
Yeah, I do. I thank you for those comments. I agree that there's some instructive sort of information that we can take from them in those regions.
I just want to flag this. It's not really directed at the environmental community, but also at CASQA and the others. So many of the issues associated with stormwater go beyond stormwater. And we've identified stormwater as a supply resource, but it goes beyond water. I know in Region 2, they've identified homelessness as one of the issues that is affecting waterways. And that is way outside our area of expertise as well as authority. I know we just recently did a DROPS program with schools in different parts of the state, and some of the schools simply couldn't take money to do a stormwater project because it would trigger that they would have to completely redo or upgrade their investments in handicap access to the school. And so as we start to think about this, it is going to trigger other things, and that's why we're probably working with the counties and working at the county level, or certainly working at the city level, where you have multiple ways of addressing the issues that are raised outside of water or stormwater is going to be important. I just it's a rat hole too. We could get so distracted by these other things that we don't do our real job. But I'm suspecting that particularly when if we do pilots, which I think is a great idea, we may intentionally want to run into some of these to see kind of what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, thank you for that. Stormwater does trigger potentially socioeconomic issues, social issues, infrastructure issues. And that's why we feel like it's especially important that as we do implement this initiative, that we bring in that larger tent of stakeholders and a more diverse group of people that can influence the way that this is implemented. And as you say, perhaps intentionally sort of run into those communities and those folks and bring them in.
Thank you very, very, very much. Forward to working with you on it. Next, we have the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, and you've asked for 25. If you can make it 20, that would be better.
Good afternoon. I'm Dawn Kepke with McHugh Kepke & Associates, here today on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. And as was noted earlier, SWRCB has been deeply engaged in this topic for many years, not only through the California Environmental Dialogue, but also through their Water Quality Task Force and the Water, Waste, and Chemistry Project, for which I am their new project manager as of this year. So pleased to be with you here today on their behalf. So in terms of a roadmap, just really quickly, we'll talk about the guiding principles, SWRCB's perspectives on those, some key considerations and recommendations in 4 specific areas, as well as, to Board Member Dudek's interest, proposed pilot project that we are talking about and working with some local entities on. So in terms of the guiding principles, SWRCB agrees and supports the stormwater as a resource approach, efficient and effective regulatory programs interest and effort, as well as the interest and focus on preserving watershed processes to achieve water quality outcomes and versus minimum requirements or actions. So in terms of the first of the key issues for consideration and associated recommendations, we really encourage the board and staff to take a comprehensive and tailored approach to the stormwater program. Certainly, this effort is going to require significant resource investment, which is ultimately critical to develop appropriate and achievable stormwater discharge regulatory tools. We are concerned, as was noted earlier by another few folks, about a stepwise implementation process, really wanting to look at kind of a more holistic approach rather than kind of piecemeal. So we definitely are really aligned with those perspectives of wanting to kind of take a broader holistic approach. But importantly, again, that'll involve needing to invest significant resources to address a number of the challenges that have even already been discussed. In terms of
just not totally understanding this, so can you try it in if I read it, it sounds like starting over with what we've already been doing, and I know that's not what you mean.
No.
So in concrete, what does this mean we would ask an expert panel or a science advisory board to actually do?
Right. So I think that's to look at how to approach all of the different recommendations in a holistic way to, decide what is workable and achievable in the short term, what are longer term approaches, and really focused on kind of systematic implementation, how to go about that, how to address some of the issues around cost for pushing forward with some of the projects, as well as, water rights related issues and how to navigate some of those challenges.
So you were here for the CASQA presentation. How would you say this recommendation relates to their recommendation for an implementation committee? Is it anywhere similar?
I think they could be, kind of integrated concepts. I think the interest here is to make sure that we're having some really technical experts participate in those discussions and trying to help us navigate and deal with some of those challenging issues. But I don't necessarily see them as needing to be separate efforts. I think they certainly could go hand in hand potentially. In terms of the second consideration and recommendation, need to be clear that stormwater is different from other discharges, specifically traditional point source discharges versus stormwater discharges. There are fundamental differences. Point source requirements to stormwater flows and non-point source pollution is a concern from our perspective in that it could potentially preclude sustainable and green solutions, which I don't think anyone would want to preclude those green solutions. We're also concerned with the inclusion and presumption of numeric effluent limits going forward, and the challenges there with stormwater runoff variability. In our comments, we noted that in developing the industrial general permit, the board chose not to push forward with NELs as part of the latest IGP. Given the challenges around data, the amount of data, the variability in data, and concerns that sampling data, while sampling will be increased under the new IGP, there's no assurances that data will present itself in a way that is meaningful, provides sufficient basis for developing NELs going forward. So that is, just want to flag that as a concern moving forward from that perspective, as well as noting in our comments as well around the Blue Ribbon Panel's report and a few other studies that concluded that the database that is currently in place at that time was too variable to provide the basis for NELs at that time. And we still remain concerned about whether that will be the case and that data will be sufficient to justify and support that approach going forward. So in terms of the recommendations related to this, certainly interested in further work and development of the work plan to evaluate and approach the stormwater efforts and responding to some key questions and issues such as is there sufficient data, application of the mixing zones and dilution credits, sustainability and sustainable infrastructure, emphasis on that, the role of maximum benefit, stable and durable sources of funding, and more.
Before you move off that last slide, thank you. The letter submitted by C spells out, I think, 10 or so very specific issues or questions. Do you have any sense if I were to ask for a prioritization? Because any one of these 10 could take a significant amount of time to address. Is there one or two that is of special significance for SWRCB?
That's a great question. I am not sure I'm prepared to answer that. We did not prioritize as part of our comments, and I think are still grappling with some of those considerations, but certainly be happy to follow up with you on that. In terms of the third consideration, regional approach and the issue of stormwater value, we support a watershed or regional scale implementation approach and one that encourages collaboration and focus on implementation measures and larger, higher value projects. Certainly, we support incentivizing projects that will provide multiple benefits to communities where they are implemented. In terms of recommendations in this space, we would support allowing for two tracks. One would be the implementation of local BMPs to implement on small scale, as well as number two, allowing contributions to larger watershed scale projects that provide multiple benefits. And additionally, we would also support State Water Board evaluating options to monetize stormwater, which can be used to fund capture, LID implementation, and other efforts in this space.
Well, in all of these, the issue that Ms. Amanzada brought up is relevant, which is how do you get the metrics to get the reasonable assurance that it actually is equivalent or as close to equivalent as you can, so you're not just tossing money into beauty projects or feel-good projects that don't have an impact on water quality as well as the other multiple benefits. So this is a complex area.
And then finally, with regard to The last key item is around funding conflicts liability. Certainly, as I noted before, implementation costs and some funding obstacles. NC really stresses that this should not be understated or dismissed and could be probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, hurdle to moving forward. And specifically for major issue for local governments and local entities in implementing stormwater programs, especially when they're balancing local competing interests and needs for their communities. But in terms of recommendations, to kind of help address some of that challenge, we are recommending State Water Board incorporating financial capability assessments, which is a framework that you may be familiar with that is existed within the US EPA since 1997. A set of guidelines was recently updated in November of 2014. It provides a common basis and framework for financial discussions between local governments, regulatory agencies to assess the costs, ability to pay, and we believe it would also help to encourage a focus on the implementation of the most environmentally effective measures at the least cost. So something that we would support the board taking a look at.
On this point, and Board Member Dodek, you've brought it up in terms of other sources of funding and that sort of thing. You know, one thing we haven't talked about a lot, which is one of the more central players in certain parts of the state, are the water agencies. Do you think this kind of a tool or a process could facilitate more of a coordination and then lead to better integrated water management work that brings stormwater to the table?
We believe that the framework that this provides, the guidelines, would get at exactly that. Further, it takes into account looking at other sources of funding, so it's not necessarily just state funding, just local funding, but other funding that may be available. So really across a broad array of issues that could help bridge some of those challenges and ensure kind of a good dialogue, beneficial outcomes.
I'd like to get a better idea of how this fits into the earlier slide that you had on tailored stormwater program, and also I don't remember what slide it was, but on monetizing stormwater. So what I'm picturing here is, rather than just, I think I'm hearing you say, rather than just throwing money at all these good ideas, develop a system so that we could better, or some entity could better analyze the benefits and then more closely tailor them to more closely be able to better prioritize. And for lack of a better description, I'm just thinking of the Army Corps of Engineers process that they go through in funding projects. And they go through a reconnaissance level study to determine the need and the federal interest. And there's a cost-benefit analysis that they go through, and if it doesn't meet the test, I think it's dollar for every dollar that's spent, say, for example, on a flood control project, stormwater control projects. For every federal dollar that's spent, there needs to be a showing that there would be a reduction in disaster assistance at an equivalent measure. And I'm sure I'm vastly oversimplifying this, but you're just making a light go off in my head, trying to pull together some of these themes that you've brought up as a way to engage in better, more targeted funding.
I don't believe it's quite as rigorous or at least complicated as a full cost-benefit analysis, but does address a lot of those pieces, yes, is my understanding.
Not a question, but more of a request, and I'm looking specifically at David Smith from EPA, who's in the audience, and I think who will be speaking later on. If you could please take some time and discuss the FCA tool a little bit, how it's been used, and your thinking with respect to how it might be useful here would be very helpful. Thanks.
So in terms of just some other kind of items that are certainly challenges, just around identifying, resolving conflicts between regulatory programs, groundwater basin management, there are some things in that space in particular that SEEB's noted, that there are some challenges with regulatory conflict that could be addressed going forward. Also, water rights conflict and resolving that, that is certainly something that's front and center in SEEB's mind, along the lines of kind of funding. Something that's been concerning, and even we've seen some challenges just in a piece of legislation we've been kind of involved in discussions on this year, so point of note. And then certainly liability for treatment and cleanup costs, and who is liable, how does that liability play out, particularly if you have like a school district or someone like that that's looking to do a project, do they incur liability for treatment and such? Some of those questions still yet to be grappled with as well. So in terms of proposed pilot project, so SEEB has been engaged with a number of agencies, both that are members and that members that work with some local agencies as well, to focus on barriers to capture and use in downstream pressure zones. And specifically, the pilot project we wanted to highlight for you that we are kind of in connection with and working on is in the Los Cerritos watershed channel. So it's a self-contained 17,700 acre watershed in the LA and San Gabriel River watershed area. They're focused on, this particular project is focused on stormwater capture, and it's a project within a high school. And it's being thought as a good model to help examine local and physical barriers to infiltrating stormwater into potable use aquifers, direct use for irrigation, combining with recycled water for local distribution use. And it's a good example of a host of different agencies in that area coming together to look at this as an option, look at funding, look at some of the challenges, and starting to work through very collaboratively some of those key issues. And really, in the interest of examining opportunities, for capturing stormwater upstream, for situations where drinking water aquifers could be recharged, where local capture is not feasible, or just to meet recycled water blending requirements.
When you say barriers, you said physical barriers, so that could be just, the geology or, other watershed issues. But are you also looking at the regulatory barriers?
Both, yes.
Okay, that's what local barriers are. But then that makes a lot of sense. I mean, to pilot this out, you start to uncover those unforeseen circumstances that Board Member Spivey Weber was talking about. Oh, there's this factor that really, we need to address and hadn't thought about.
Okay. So in terms of opportunities that we believe can be examined in this as a case study, a pilot project, if you will, around maximizing water supply benefits, addressing liability concerns, particularly, as I mentioned, it is a school district. Those things are something we're grappling with. Examining mechanisms to facilitate multi-party partnerships. I mentioned that there were a host of stakeholders that were involved in that. It includes two cities, school district, municipal water department, LA County Flood Control District, Water Replenishment District, sanitation agencies, local public work departments, and many more. So we're talking a very significant group of stakeholders that are engaged in this effort. And then finally, just examining water rights issues and monetization of resources, particularly with that school district right in front and center and kind of core to the project. So I will leave it there, and happy to answer any questions. And on behalf of SEEB and its members, really appreciate the opportunity to make these comments and present to you, and certainly happy to continue and interested in continuing the dialogue on this and being part of the efforts going forward.
A question for Mr. Howard, really. I know that our DROPS program recently provided a lot of money to the LA school district for, was it LA? I think it was LA, right? I think it was more than that. No, it was, okay. So I'm curious, was there any, well, I guess, is there an opportunity, if such a pilot project, to proceed that involves a school in the LA district? Is there an opportunity? I mean, I don't know to what extent that funding has been already targeted for specific projects, or is there an opportunity there to leverage it?
I just don't know if it's, recollection is that we've allocated all of the DROPS funds already,
Yep.
but
But
I can always
actually
check.
am up to speed on this one. We have allocated the funding, and as an example, but the thing that was unique about LA was not just the amount of money, it was substantial, but it was not, basically they didn't have to compete with other school jurisdictions.
Being from Northern California, I remember that, yes.
Right, exactly. And the money has been allocated to individual schools. They are going through the permitting and planning process now because it takes a while. So that they can actually put in some of put in the stormwater changes next year after the rainy season. So most of the construction will take place in like June or after school is out, but will take place during the summer next year, so that it will then be able to capture rainwater. So, there might be some opportunities, but not in the choosing of the location.
I would just offer, last month, July, we met with Diana Messina and her team who are working on Senate Bill 985 implementation guidance, as well as the funding pieces of it. And this is one of the projects we kind of briefly touched on as part of that meeting, just to better understand as kind of an example, okay, would this be workable for funding in that space? And so those are some of the things that we've kind of started looking at and kind of are thinking about where we might look for those types of opportunities and guide the folks at the local level to look in that direction.
Yeah, the interesting thing, I mean, there are many interesting things, but one of the things is obviously coming up will be the Prop 1 money that we have, and, this whole discussion should play into how we develop the guidance for that. It's obviously related to the stormwater plans under the legislation, et cetera. So, we actually do have some tools other than regulatory forbearance or regulation, either whatever mix of that you have to play with. But the lion's share of the money will always come from local entities, just as it does in point source infrastructure, any kind of infrastructure. I mean, I think, unfortunately, the massive federal grant funds that we saw in the 70s and 80s are gone. It'd be great to get them back someday. It's great that we have our bond funds. That's really a great state leadership move, but I think it really does tie back into this dialogue and discussion of what's possible and how to create a vision for a community that people can buy into, that we talked about earlier with an earlier panel. And so the pieces that have to do with how we talk about this and how we build local support and how we build collaborations across traditional divides are really important. I mean, getting some kind of LA County stormwater fee up where everybody is actually agreeing and working towards it, that's what's going to make this happen across the board. And our task is to figure out where are the leverage points where we can help accelerate that process. So a lot of work to do to figure out the appropriate helpful and leverage points for everybody. I mean, that's hopefully, I think what we're trying to do is not even change the dialogue or go away from our regulatory authorities, but to be additive to that and find an alternate path, but not an alternate to the goal. So, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next, we have the Business Community Coalition. And you've asked for 20. Oh, afternoon. Just turn it on and pull it close. It's easier than leaning forward.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Marcus and board members. I'm Valerie Nara, Policy Advocate for the California Chamber of Commerce. We're pleased to lead off the Business Communities Coalition panel presentation. As you know, the Chamber represents a real diverse group of businesses. Taken together, we probably employ 1/4 of the state's private workforce. Amongst our 13,000 members is any kind of business that you can possibly imagine, from the very smallest to the multinationals. For the purpose of this workshop, we're glad to represent a number of the state's employers and business interests who signed on to a coalition letter about the initiative. Many of those people wanted to be here today, but they got caught up at the Capitol. Wonder how that happened. The Cal Chamber has been among the many organizations that have been closely engaged with the board on its efforts to address environmental issues, including water quality and trash reduction. And especially during this time of drought, we really appreciate the board's focus on stormwater as a resource. And we support the board's effort to engage long-term planning. However, well, let's see. Our coalition's goal in engaging with the board on this issue is to identify opportunities to develop collaborative efforts to improve water quality, provided those efforts are balanced, developed economically and environmentally sustainable, consistent with existing policy and representative of some real solutions. But we do have some concerns that some elements of the initiative's proposal as currently drafted could have some unintended and concerning consequences that could possibly jeopardize jobs, create significant cost burdens to the business and our consumers, and hurt consumer choice. But they also could result in some inconsistent requirements that fail to reflect the hard work that you've all put in establishing the current set of regulations. This panel will highlight a few areas of concern relating to the board's previously adopted trash amendments. During those proceedings, the Chamber was among a number of organizations engaging with the board to establish a uniform statewide policy to reduce the trash flowing through the waterways. We appreciated the board's careful consideration and analysis of fact, which led to some really good trash amendments. We believe that those amendments are going to see some real measurable. We're pleased to see the board focus on addressing trash generation in hotspots as a part of the Stormwater Strategic Initiative. We look at that as it presents an opportunity for municipal, regional, and statewide stakeholders and interested parties to work together to develop collaborative approach to complex trash reduction scenarios. We hope that these hotspot cleanup efforts will align closely with the trash amendments as a part of Project 13. Maybe you could clarify that some for us. It would be really helpful. And we're also concerned that the initiative's pursuit of what it terms as true source control in Project 21 really looks to us like a product ban, and you very carefully didn't do that in the trash amendments, and we're hoping that perhaps you could clarify that for us too. Let me turn it over to the other panelists to make some more critical comments.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Marcus and board members. First, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak on the panel. Really appreciate the time that you've allotted us to echo our concerns, not only in written, but also in a verbal format. So just want to echo Valerie's comments.
For the record, state your name so the
Oh,
folks.
that's right. My name is Angie Minetti with the California Retailers Association. Happy to echo the comments of my colleague Valerie and about our support for the board's push to develop collaborative efforts that improve water quality, and also here to discuss a few areas of concern that our membership and other employers in the state have about the current Stormwater Strategic Initiative. Just to give a little background about my association, we do represent various segments of the retail industry. That includes fast food, convenience stores, supermarkets, and other grocery stores as well. We've got about 164,000 stores operating in California, and that's probably about a fifth of California's employment. As Valerie has discussed, the Retailers Association also was part of that employer coalition that engaged with the board and has engaged with the board on improving water quality to reduce trash in our waterways. In the previous proceeding, for example, we applauded the board for the way in which the final amendments included full capture systems built on a tested model in Los Angeles that has proven to reduce trash and water in the waterways. However, we are concerned that the Stormwater Strategic Initiative, as currently drafted, seeks to implement product bans, which we know are not always an effective means of trash reduction and, in fact, can have significant and harmful environmental impacts. We have seen data that shows the substitution effect, and other panelists have discussed that as well. About product bans substituting with other products can actually have greater impacts on environmental impacts related to energy use or water use, air emissions, greenhouse gas emissions as well. This substitution effect is also of particular concern for my members who could be forced to use and sell products that are double or even triple the price of the products they currently use to sell. In turn, costing tens of thousands of dollars just to simply, operate their businesses. As it is, the board has rejected product bans as a means to control trash in the recently adopted trash amendments. These amendments, we believe, provide a regulatory path to zero trash in water bodies, and more specifically, included a reference to the use of full capture systems, which have yielded measurable results and measurable reductions in waste. And I think that's essentially what our focus is as well. We're very much interested in a collaborative process, but we want to make sure that, the way we approach and tackle the pollutant of trash in our waterways is meaningful and effective. In relation to the Stormwater Strategic Initiative, we're here today to ensure that it is consistent with the policy previously adopted by the board, and urge the board to instead support the regional boards in implementing trash amendments. Furthermore, we urge the board to remove Project 21, True Source Control and Pollution Prevention, from the list of projects in the Stormwater Strategic Initiative in order to bring the current proposal into alignment with previously adopted board policy. Here to talk about concerns relating to the board's authority is Craig John. Thank you. Johns.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Craig Johns, and I was asked to be here today to speak on behalf of the Partnership for Sound Science and Environmental Policy. We're an association of businesses, industry groups, and municipal wastewater interests throughout the state that are focused on water quality issues, water supply, and recycled water as well, and environmental quality issues generally. First, I would like to start by complimenting your staff's effort, as well as this board's focus on the issue of integrating the need to address stormwater management with stormwater quality. This is something that has been talked about at least as far back as 20 years ago when I started in this area. And I think over time, it's something everyone recognizes. The confluence of water supply and water quality is very important, particularly in the stormwater context, but there really hasn't been much done about it. And I think these, or at least this strategic initiative in its draft form, represents a starting point where perhaps we jump off and look at serious projects, if you want to call them projects, or initiatives along the way that can better marry the interests, whether they're stormwater management or flood management agencies, local water agencies, as was brought up before, as well as the regional board's interest and all of the public's interest in better water quality. So we applaud you for that as well. A couple of points that I would like to make today. One dovetails to the comments previously made, and I won't belabor those, but as you've heard, there is some concern in the business community's point of view relative to the notion of, quote, true source control and pollution prevention. And I think I'd like to start by saying that the concept of source control or pollution prevention is one that most, if not all of us, can agree is an important one. But like most things, what it means, what it actually means, and how it fits within the Stormwater Strategic Initiative is critically important to get right. As was mentioned by Angie just a moment ago, it's vitally important that whatever projects or initiatives or focus that your staff brings back to you for future consideration be consistent with your current policies and plans. Obviously, the trash amendments that were recently adopted is something that is of paramount importance. It doesn't just start with or stop with trash, as Meredith Williams from DTSC pointed out.
Right.
The notion of product or substance substitution is an important one also in things like pesticides. So we got rid of OP pesticides, but we delivered new issues and concerns relative to pyrethroids. And we do appreciate that the trash amendments that were adopted focus on and recognize this product substitution problem and dynamic when it adopted those. And we just would like to see that maintain its hierarchy, if you will, in the strategic initiative going forward. In the San Francisco Bay, as you've heard me testify in the past on the trash amendments, the trash strategy specifically recognized the importance and need for demonstrating quantifiable reductions in trash related to local product and or container ban ordinances in order for those actions to be deemed to have qualified for achieving some of the goals or the requirements. And we'd like to see that also imbued in this strategic initiative going forward. The last point that I would like to focus on is really, I think, at the heart of what this initiative can be or should be about. And Ms. Dodek started off early in the meeting this morning asking for specific comments on how this initiative can produce incentives for stormwater capture, storage, and treatment so that the water can be reused. Because right now, most of it anyway, not all, but most of it does end up just leading to the oceans. Maximizing reuse potential for stormwater, I think, should be the focus, the primary and if not the sole focus of this initiative. Not to say that the state board and the regional boards don't continue to focus on its regulatory obligations under statute as well as its necessary plans and policies. But the reality, your authorities aren't going to change in the regulatory context. But with this initiative, there's an opportunity to provide guidance both to the legislature as well as to the public in the state of California on how we can better use stormwater resources or dry water runoff resources as augmenting our water supply, particularly in the drought. Project number one appropriately orders the focus on the public and regulatory attention on the need to capture and store and treat stormwater. And it's vital to correlate the potential legal barriers, particularly as they relate to water rights, within that. I noticed that that was part of Project 1B. That part is going to be vital to get right because not in all parts of the state, but there are certainly areas, and I'm thinking the Central Valley, where a lot of the stormwater runs off into the major river stems that provide the water for good use of California's supply. And I suspect that when communities start talking about capturing more of that water that is typically run into those rivers and into the Delta for export, there are going to be people and parties and interested folks that will say, wait a minute, I have a right to that water. So that issue needs to be addressed very quickly. I know that the time frame is roughly 9 months, but from that will flow a lot of the incentivization that Ms. Dodek mentioned earlier. And to that end, the Project 3, the monetary value of stormwater, I believe needs to be made part of Project 1. Because it's at the core of whether there's going to be an opportunity to create stormwater, reusable water out of stormwater. If there's no financial upside to communities to do it, I think you're going to find that a lot of that money is not going to be spent there. So it needs to be made part of number one, or at least as project number 3, if you want to leave it there. We'd hope that it would be re-rated as a very high priority. Because the determination of that is going to, I think, drive whether or not there are going to be ultimate financial opportunities here. And then lastly, with regard to Project 8, which is financial barriers to funding for these projects, right now this topic is limited in the context, to local and or state, possibly even federal funding. And I would encourage the board to explore whether there are not opportunities for public-private partnerships. There are a lot of entities out there that are working with local governments, private entities, I should say, in helping them take their wastewater, municipal wastewater, and turn it into a resource which can be reused, possibly even resold in some circumstances to help fund the very improvements that are necessary.
I've talked with financial folks who are trying to develop systems to go to a local entity and take over their responsibility to meet water quality standards through actually getting the infrastructure and other projects done faster.
I'm talking about
they've
getting...
done in the Chesapeake.
Yes, ma'am. I'm talking about getting the infrastructure in there faster than the normal process, as well as oftentimes well under budget than the, quote, normal public process, to the extent that there are willing public agencies that want to partner with private entities interested in this area. There are a lot of opportunities, and the initiative right now doesn't really address the possibilities that exist there. And so we, as I said, urge you to ask that that be included. Then I can't remember which of the board members made this comment, but I apologize for that. But you'll recall that there was a letter that you received from Bob Yamada at the San Diego County Water Authority, who was urging the board to, or the initiative to include water agencies as part of this partnership, because they're the ones who know how to make use of their water resources. And I think that their expertise in reservoir management and just system management to make better use of these resources, once you figure out that it's economically viable, I think would help move these projects along much further.
Well, there are some who've been doing it for decades and are leading the way, such as Inland Empire. And
thank you very much for the opportunity to present these comments, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
I appreciate that discussion. Teeing off on that discussion about funding, and have you been involved in any of the discussions, particularly in Southern California, around the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing Districts, the EIFDs? It was a recent Senate bill from from Cupertino, actually, but it's championed by Southern California Association of Governments. At any rate, it's a strategy that can be watershed-based in an urban area that sort of replaces the redevelopment, vacuum, or kind of fills the vacuum left by redevelopment. But it offers up an opportunity to use watershed planning as kind of a foundation instead of housing, or in jobs. Not to say that that's not important, but if you start with the water infrastructure, then you can build other things up through tax increment financing. So it's almost a public-private partnership in some ways. Have you all
I'm not
been
familiar with
discussing
the specific...
I think SB 685 or something like that.
It sounds very interesting, and this isn't going to work everywhere, but the interesting thing is that if you get to, and I know we're talking about large amounts of money, but if you get to a point where you're able to capture the vast majority of this urban stormwater or dry weather runoff, you can address your trash issues, you can address your water quality issues, you can address a number of issues all at once by literally treating it and figuring out how to store it. That seems to be, when I talk to the engineers, the biggest obstacle is where do we store these large flush, rainstorm events. We have a lot of freeways in the state, and they're constantly being expanded or redone. It seems to me that going back to the cistern approach and figure out a way to use under our freeways, just as a small example, would be a great way to store water long enough to be able to get it through the treatment process and address water quality as well as water supply issues.
Those are good points. It does speak to the need in many settings to look regionally. If you wanted to get that storage benefit, it's site by site. It can be done in some areas, as board member Spivey Weber pointed out. With those little pictures we were looking at, that counts and it adds up. But to get the numbers to really add up, regional projects probably need to be brought to bear. All right.
thank you for flagging the concerns. I don't think in this strategy we're going to be able to do some of the things you're asking for, but I understand about allaying fears and concerns, and I think you're right. That's what we asked you to do, flag what you're worried about so we can put it into consideration. You've acknowledged and seen the direction we're trying to go, but there's that was very helpful. Totally understandable.
I think on the funding too, that as the project is developed, a lot of those issues you brought up in your comments and in the comment letters, I would assume that staff is listening and thinking of ways to put meat on the bones of those projects. So we appreciate the input.
Thank you very much. Now, I have a time check. It's 1:15. We have enough speakers to go past 1. I'm sure we will have questions and comments. We want to talk to staff again. We want to talk to each other. And so I'm looking to my colleagues about taking a short lunch break and coming back. We'll still be done relatively early. What's the... Because you had half-hour lunch break and then come back? If we power through, we're not going to be done by... It'll be 2 o'clock, and I don't want to do that to you again. So hopefully people don't have a plane to catch and we can come back. Sorry, I know some of you are waiting, but a half-hour break I hope was in your thinking. That
As
gives
long
you
as David
time.
Smith does not leave before answering my question.
That's why I am looking at Dave Smith. Right. So, okay. Thank you all. That's very helpful conversation. It's about 1:25. And then we'll move into public comment. I think we can do 5 minutes. 3 would be better. But I think if you go to 5, I'll cut you off mid-sentence. But please do 3 if you can. We don't have a million speakers. We just got another card, right? Is that all right? Great. Great. Let me count them. Maybe I'll change my mind. All right. Good. Should I set it 3? Should we set it at 3 and then just be nicer about the wrap-up? Okay. Try for 3. Most people ask for 3, so. All right. First, we'll have Brian White from the Mosquito Vector Control Association of California, followed by David Smith from the U.S. EPA. Mr. White, thank you for coming back.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come speak today. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and board members of the board. Brian White with KP Public Affairs, here representing the Mosquito Vector Control Association, also known as MVCAC. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the Water Board's draft proposal for a stormwater program and implementation strategy. For those of you who don't know, MVCAC represents more than 65 special districts, other subdivisions of local government, and the state of California, which are responsible for mosquito and vector control, surveillance of West Nile virus, and other vector-borne diseases. California is home to one of the most extensive mosquito and vector control networks in the United States. Mosquito abatement and vector control districts are charged in state law with managing and controlling populations of mosquitoes and other vectors to protect residents from nuisance and disease. It's our job to work with and collaborate with other state agencies and local agencies to ensure that mosquito and vector control activities across the state are able to effectively safeguard the public health while also protecting the environment. In this regard, MVCAC feels that taking these proactive measures will correct a pervasive planning oversight and better ensure protection of the environment and public health for all citizens. In particular, we have a solid working relationship with the California Department of Public Health to reduce the spread of diseases and reduce the need to use pesticides. And we're also striving to work with the State Water Board, the regional water boards, and even the Department of Fish and Wildlife as we seek to educate these agencies about MVCAC's best management practices and the relationship between stormwater and habitat management. We understand the Water Board is collaborating with stakeholders to identify effective ways to expand statewide stormwater management programs and to further integrate watershed management. And as was mentioned during the earlier morning presentations, this includes multiple benefit solutions, source control to improve stormwater management, efficiency, and effectiveness. It's also our understanding that these elements would be included in the overall stormwater strategic management plan after getting comments from the public. With the goal of creating stormwater capture systems through the use of best management practices, we also understand this concept, but we do have some initial concerns about just the concept of a stormwater capture vision, and I'll go into that in just a second. We think that we seek to control the spread of mosquito-related and vector control-borne diseases, particularly West Nile virus, and we think if it's not managed right, these stormwater capture systems can actually create some unintended consequences. One of our primary concerns is that several stormwater BMPs have been designed over the years without applying basic knowledge of vector ecology. Many poorly designed or inadequately maintained inspection sites or mitigation sites have unintentionally become breeding grounds for mosquito production, adversely impacting communities, businesses, and recreational open spaces. We think had these projects gone through more of a long-term planning process that looks at both the local impacts and the state impacts, we could solve some of those issues, and I'll wrap up just a second. We think one of the ways to address this is through the local CEQA planning process. To that end, MVC has actually distributed a document we produced last year called How Better Planning and Use of the California Environmental Quality Act Can Prevent Mosquitoes and Vector-Borne Diseases. We shared this with the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, OPR, and we can also make this available to you. It's on our website at www.mvcac.org. We think inclusion of these type of considerations would help in the long-term planning. So in summary, We think mosquito abatement and BMPs and the local planning process will synchronize multiple state resource and agency objectives. And at the end of the day, we think better protecting California from vectors and vector-borne diseases can help reduce cost to taxpayers, deal with stormwater management, and make sure that we can all deal with the stormwater issue. So for that, we thank you for the time, and we're here to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much for coming and flagging that issue. I think just as follow-up, I mean, your brochure is one way of dealing with it, but I'd just ask the team to follow up with you and figure out how we help message and factor in that issue, because obviously nobody wants to design a project that's going to increase risk, and there are ways to manage projects so they don't. So that's a really important issue for us to throw into the mix.
Thank you. And we recognize the work that the State Water Board staff has done on other areas dealing with pyrethroids and vector control issues. So we know it's there. You know about it. It's just now integrating that into your overall strategic management
Thanks for
plan.
drawing that connection. And I know our entities are working on stronger relationships. Sometimes we've talked past each other on different issues. So I really appreciate you coming. So Greg or John or whoever, decide whoever it is to follow up and figure out how to integrate it. So
Thank you.
thank
Appreciate
you
it.
very much. It's very helpful. David Smith from US EPA, followed by Dave Tamayo from Sacramento County.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Dave Smith from the Environmental Protection Agency in San Francisco. It's really a pleasure to be here and be part of this conversation. It is really complicated, and there's a lot to do. So I'll just start by saying I think this framework initiative provides a good framework for the conversation to help us figure out how to identify a lot of sort of competing challenges in addressing stormwater better. And so from my way of thinking, there's sort of, I kind of categorize the key challenges in three categories. The first is, how do we promote innovation and integration in addressing and managing stormwater, including using it as to its full resource potential, both for supply augmentation, for in-stream ecosystem service augmentation, and to also think about how managing stormwater better fits with what we need to do to renew and re-envision urban communities, and how the infrastructure works in communities, including how it moves water. And this sets a huge array of challenges in thinking about how do you create space and time to innovate in this way. And the second key thing, you've heard a lot from us on this in the past, is that we believe stormwater permits could be written more clearly and in more enforceable ways. And we've tried to do a lot of work to explore with the regional boards and the state board how that might look. And there's been a lot of talk about reasonable assurance analysis as a kind of a new approach in talking about how we're going to implement stormwater permit requirements. And we've been a big mover behind this idea from the beginning, partly because we think it's only through bringing that kind of analytical structure to bear that we'll be able to work with folks to make those showings, as Board Member Moore mentioned, about the need to show this set of practices is going to work to achieve this set of water quality goals. And we think that figuring out how to kind of engineer permit language to incentivize doing this right and not create unintended difficult consequences is a real challenge, and we're trying to focus a lot on helping do better with that. And I think a key part of giving us the space and time to innovate is to have the courage to talk about what we stop doing in permits. There's not really been any conversation today about the need to consider that some of the things that are standard elements in permits may be a waste of resources. And I think we need to have the courage to explore those things and to think about maybe there's room to get rid of some of those. And we've worked on a number of permits in California and elsewhere where we've had some success in doing that. And I think that if we...
Keep going.
Okay. Was that really 5 minutes?
No, I said 3, but I'd be generous because in general I want it to be
I'll try
3.
not to go on and on. You know I could, but I'll try not to.
No, we need to know what you think in particular.
So I do think we need to explore, are there some things we did in the first couple of rounds of municipal stormwater as well as industrial and construction stormwater permits It really didn't work that well. And given that there's a lot of discretion under federal law how to write these permits,
Right.
room to stop doing some of them and maybe save some money and time for better things. So putting those together, I think that our challenge is to help communities implement this mess we've created for them. And we've been doing a lot of work trying to reach out to communities over the last couple of years and trying to listen to them more. And I think what we're hearing is a desire for help in a lot of areas. But I think fundamentally the challenge is how do you create kind of a soup to nuts framework for figuring out what stormwater controls do you need to address water quality problems, to figuring out how do you connect that with the regular community planning and financial planning processes they need to make this part of their infrastructure planning and finance plans that they need to take to their city councils, to their funders, to their ratepayers. And that's why we've talked about the importance of demonstrating the use of some of these tools. The reasonable assurance elements in permits should help us do that. But I'm about to tell you about a couple of projects we have going on now that are intended to sort of extend from that and to show how you can go from having reasonable assurance plans to really helping communities figure out, well, what's it going to cost to do it? Over what time frame? How does this become part of standard operating procedures in running those communities? It's a challenge to make stormwater fit into the regular operations of most cities. And we'll never crack the funding nut until we find a way to do it. So let me just mention, I don't want to go on even though I could, but I wanted to mention a couple of projects that we're working on that we think will align very well with some of the projects proposed under this initiative. The first is we're going to be co-sponsoring with the San Francisco Bay Regional Board a workshop next month in which we're going to gather together both city officials that have been responsible for doing reasonable assurance plans of whatever name from around the state, along with the consultants they hired, so that we can kind of demonstrate the array of technical choices that they had to make. And we can talk about the pros and cons of the choices they made. They can tell us honestly what worked, what didn't work so well. And the hope is to provide some guidance kind of focused on the San Francisco Bay dischargers who are about to get a permit incorporating these requirements to help them get a feel for, well, what's actually expected of them and what choices might they be able to make. And then based partly on the results of that workshop, we've recently secured funding from our EPA headquarters to fund contractors to work on a guidance document, basically on how to do reasonable assurance planning. And so I was excited to see you want to do the same thing. So I've committed to work with Greg and Tom and John to align these. So whatever we do will help do what you want to do. And then I think the other facet of that I would highlight is we're big believers in asset management planning. And we believe that if communities, including utilities that have stormwater responsibilities, they need to find a way to develop asset management planning capability. And we want to help them do that. So a big part of this project is to work on kind of a pilot scale more intensively with a range of communities to kind of show them how asset management planning can work for them, what their options are there, and to show how it connects with what you get out of a reasonable assurance plan and how it connects with capital improvement planning. And the hope is a few sort of pilot projects of this kind will help in sort of proof of concept. So we're really excited about that project, and we'll be continuing to work with your folks on it. One or two other things I wanted to mention. We have at EPA a national water infrastructure finance center, and we have a series of regional environmental finance centers. Selections are going to be announced next week for the new environmental finance centers, including one here in our EPA region. And we've been working intensively with EPA headquarters to kind of hammer them to say, our communities need help on financial planning. They don't need generic help. They need specific help. And I think that the lesson we're trying to take back to them is the devil is in the details in terms of both the opportunities and the constraints on finance. And the hope is by putting a specific group of financial planning professionals who really know public finance with a group of people who know stormwater planning in individual communities, we can really help them kind of go through this planning process that is really so difficult to do. And in small communities in particular, they just don't have anybody to do it now. So again, this is another kind of experiment and process. Just say overall on the initiative, we really like what's in it. I think we agree that the connections between its sort of lofty objectives and principles and the specific projects proposed maybe is not quite as tight as it could have been. However, I think the analysis underlying it is implicit in the staff's thinking. And to our way of thinking, what you're doing here is a series of experiments where you're basically saying our theory is here are the key constraints and barriers that are making it difficult to do better on stormwater. And so we want to do these projects to try specific things to see if they help address those barriers. That's the theory underlying the experiment. And so I think there could be some room to kind of explain the strategic part of the strategic initiative and why you think this set of projects really will address those. But I'm not too concerned about it. We're more interested in getting on with it with you, and we hope that you'll endorse this initiative in October and that we can get to work on the high priority projects with you and continue to talk about, you know, how do we work at a local level and really help folks do what we're asking them to do. I'll shut up there.
That's great.
Thank you.
That's the right attitude.
Oh, you know what? I did not address your question. I am sorry. Do you have one more minute to talk about financial capability assessment? I'm sorry.
Be sorry. It's just funny.
I wasn't about to let you sit down without addressing
I didn't
it,
really think so, but I'm glad I noticed it before you did.
You didn't notice the dirty look I was giving you?
No, actually I didn't. But we actually had a conversation with staff from Congresswoman Napolitano about this very subject about 2 weeks ago. She and her staff are very interested in figuring out how do you use financial capability assessment methodologies in working with communities to help them deal with the stormwater management challenge. And what we explained to her staff is that we have tended to use, this framework talks about a series of financial analysis methods, different ways of looking at the ability to afford different levels of action in communities. And it's an expanded kind of group of methods that can be used. We have been using those intensively since this was issued in 2014, but mostly in enforcement contexts, in negotiating remedies in enforcement actions for wastewater and stormwater violations. We will continue to do that. However, as we explained to the Congresswoman's staff, there are also opportunities to use these methodologies in considering how long is it going to take for a community to do all that they need to do under an individual permit or under a group of permits. And then to use that as a basis for figuring out how long a compliance schedule do you need. There's a lot of flexibility in how long it takes to implement a permit. And I think that's the place where we'd like to figure out how we can work in the existing permit structures to maybe revisit some of the timeframes that have been laid out either in TMDLs or in the permits themselves to do the work that's being asked for. If it's going to take longer, based on a good financial capability assessment, that's a valid analytical basis for reconsidering the timeframes for implementation under the permit. I mean, we only expect people to do what they can do. So the combination of doing that kind of analysis, but also trying to help the communities be creative and innovative in packaging financing options. The hope is we'll get there as fast as we can, but also be mindful that they can't do it as fast as we sometimes are asking them to. Does that help?
Are there any projects that would help move that process along from a more global perspective? Because what you're talking about seems to be case specific. So looking at
on the financial capacity side?
Well, on financial capacity, but I'm looking at regulatory flexibility. So is there a project that you've looked at where you could see it fitting in from more of a global perspective that, you know, developing guidelines?
Our hope is that in developing the reasonable assurance related guidance and its connection to asset management planning, that will provide somewhat more general kind of framework level guidance on how you can connect these things together and then how it might loop back with revisiting permit decisions if necessary. That would be at kind of a general level. But I think we note that in California, as in our other states, there's a lot of variability in how the permits are written. And so at a certain level, we kind of have to work the details at that detailed level. So I think the hope is we'll proceed on parallel tracks here and do both. Kind of the generic guidance about how the soup to nuts process might work and what tools you would use to do it, at least what your options are, but also really engage directly with a few communities ranging from rather large, sophisticated customers to smaller, maybe less sophisticated customers to see if we can kind of meet them where they are, and then document lessons learned from that process to see, what kind of further guidance might we, or tools might we need to develop.
Sometimes when you all can show the examples of where folks have worked it out, it's very helpful for us from an authoritative standpoint. I thought even as we went through the MS4 permit process and a variety of kinds, not just the last one, the ability for communities, particularly smaller ones, to understand the array of financing options available to them. It's as if everything had to be general fund all the time, which is not the case. So it's more complex than that math formula that folks brought up. But your work on it and having the centers are very helpful.
Hope so.
Bringing in, experts and the like.
And I would say, although I think California really is the national leader in this arena, there's a lot we can learn from what's happening other places. And I don't think that we get that information transfer as good as we could. So we're going to try to help remedy that.
Please,
Question?
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Very thought-provoking presentation of numerous interesting issues.
Yeah, it's
good. And so where do I begin? One of the I'm a big fan also of asset management and trying to usher that into stormwater infrastructure. And this is my chance to to say the thing I always say, which is I've designed stormwater pump stations, and as a civil engineer, and I've designed sewer pump stations, sanitary sewer pump stations, and they cost about the same. And yet, as you know, the PPIC report from March 2014 demonstrated very clearly how we pay for water in California and how stormwater is funded at about a tenth of what wastewater is funded at. And so you bring up these tools that EPA has about financial capacity and capability for communities. And yet in California, because of Prop 218, we're starting at this deficit. So do you think if there are financial capability assessment examples around the country in places where the governance of stormwater has been integrated into water supply? I think of maybe Atlanta as an example, North Georgia, where stormwater and wastewater and recycle water, there's more integration of governance at the local level through the Metro Water District, for instance. And even if you don't have the answers now, I'm just interested in getting, as you said, Chair Marcus, examples from around the country where they've embarked on these efforts and whether that creates sort of the critical mass where stormwater infrastructure can have that utility status that is warranted based on real costs of infrastructure maintenance, because it's turning over as we speak. It's just not getting renewed at its life cycle like we are seeing with water and wastewater. So we have that deficit. So that's one thing. And then also, do life cycle costs get tied into your idea about capital improvement plans for the reasonable assurance analysis connection? So those two.
Good, and they don't. And that's why you use something like asset management planning, which builds into it this whole idea that you're looking at the life cycle of the asset in considering what's your cost stream for operating your utility at a certain level of service. And it enables you to fold in any new requirements that come along with their life cycle implications. And I guess my personal view is if you don't develop that kind of planning and tracking capability, you're always playing catch up and add on. And that's just not a very viable, sustainable approach.
There've got to be examples in California of folks who are good at this at the local level.
San Diego has an exemplary stormwater asset management plan. It's one we often point to. There are some other communities, different levels of development there. Some of the Los Angeles Regional jurisdictions have some capacity in this area. In general, stormwater utilities and communities have been slower to develop this kind of system capability than on the wastewater and drinking water side.
Yeah, I mean, it's more the multi-jurisdictional aspect of it, and it's not new anymore, but compared to wastewater, it's new.
Yeah, to circle back, sorry about the diatribe, but the idea of the financial capacity, does that then, is that an opportunity to kind of broaden, the analysis beyond just, the stormwater fees that are collected as a revenue source? Because as you know, we struggle to fund stormwater infrastructure with SRF funding because of the lack of a local match. And so does this, embarking on this analysis, enable us to start bridging the gaps
I
for
think
the
it
broader
does.
community?
I mean, certainly one of the concepts in looking holistically at financial capability is to look at all of the different system demands upon that ratepayer base or taxpayer base. So you do look at maybe you don't also look at the fire department and the police department, but at least you look at the water-related utility demands, and I think that helps. The other thing to view it a little bit different way is, if you hear from somebody like Matt Fabry, who's going to speak later, there's a lot of interest in community in doing these multi-purpose projects, which the board wants to promote. But in order to be really effective at that, we have to overcome these funding barriers between, from the Department of Transportation, from Housing and Urban Development, from other organizations that fund these types of projects, but don't think about stormwater benefits. They don't give them extra points for those. And so that's actually something we're doing with our EPA headquarters, is kind of say, look in the mirror in the federal family and try to do better work with our fellow federal agencies to better align related funding streams. Like I say, I could go on.
No, that's exactly where, well, we'll spend more time with you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, Dave Tamayo, followed by Toby Roy from the San Diego County Water Authority.
Chair Marcus and board members, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Dave Tamayo, and I'm an environmental specialist with the Sacramento County Stormwater Program. As you might imagine, I'm particularly interested in the urban pesticide reduction aspect of this, and I wanted to particularly thank...
We haven't heard as much about that as I thought we would today, so thank you.
But I wanted to particularly thank Greg and his staff for listening to our concerns and incorporating that in his and their recommendations to you to include that as one of the top priority projects. It's particularly important to realize that this is sort of not the culmination, but a continuation of many years of working towards a point where it's clearly a good way to go. So I encourage you to support moving forward with that as part of the strategic initiative. Now, so thanks once again. I also wanted to announce that I am the Sacramento president of the Meredith Williams fan club, and I'm just saying that to lead into, her
I'm the
presentation.
East Bay president of the Meredith Williams fan club.
Pardon me?
I'm the East Bay president of the Meredith
terrific.
Williams.
So I'm saying that to lead into my next point, which is that, in her presentation, she did talk about alternatives and, and looking out for the effect of alternatives. The brake pad legislation required consideration of alternatives. The Safer Consumer Products legislation requires consideration of alternatives. They're not about banning things. I didn't hear anybody in that whole process suggest that we're going to ban brake pads. Those are not about banning things, it's about making those products safer. And then I'll also talk about that in terms of the pesticides. We completely agree that when one class of pesticides gets regulated, that part of that regulation should consider what's going to happen, what else is on the market that might cause a similar problem or worse problem. And I can point to letter after letter that I've produced to both DPR and Office of Pesticide Programs, encouraging them to take a holistic view. So we're not talking about banning pesticides or banning products. We're talking about making them more environmentally friendly. And so trying to, the notion that true source control or pollution prevention are equivalent to product ban is just sort of, to me, that's sort of a smoke and mirrors kind of thing. It's changing the subject.
Well, it's
That's not what we're
fear-based.
talking about.
Also
So,
be fair-based picture.
so anyway, I just wanted to clarify that. You know, and I'll just end very quickly with pyrethroids. We never tried to get pyrethroids banned. The regulations that DPR came up with restricted their use, but it was based on what was on studies that demonstrated that those uses would still result in effective pest control. So I think that by looking at how can you use these things more safely, we can still retain the use of the products. Society can still benefit from their utility, and we can move forward with that type of attitude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your leadership on the issue as well. Toby Roy, followed by Matthew Fabry.
I'm Toby Roy with San Diego County Water Authority. We are a wholesale agency with 24 member retail water agencies. I wanted to speak to the pilot approach and bring a San Diego example perspective. In the San Diego region, we have very limited groundwater, so we capture our water in surface water reservoirs. We do have reservoirs in the lower portions of the watershed that are impacted by urban and agricultural runoff. An example is Hodges Reservoir. It has the ability to capture 40,000 acre-feet of water, and we do capture water in there. It has numerous 303 delistings, and if I could summarize those, it would be the reservoir is eutrophic during a good portion of the year. This limits our ability to use the water. It invokes treatment costs, creates algae blooms. So it creates a lot of problems for the water supplier as well as impacts on the aquatic habitat. What we decided to do was take an IRWM approach, and we have a series of projects that have been funded. We have a group of stakeholders, some water suppliers, and the San Diego River Conservancy. We did a study on the watershed, which was sponsored by the San Diego River Conservancy. We modeled all the nutrients in the watershed and developed recommended watershed-based solutions, which were basically sedimentation and wetlands at the lower end where it enters into the reservoir. We also did in-reservoir study, and we have a series of in-reservoir projects, the first of which is hypolimnetic aeration, which is being funded currently by the IRWM, and we have application in for the wetlands. The next step we went, let's go to the dischargers and say, do you want to be a part of this solution? So we went to the regulatory side, and we engaged on the water quality improvement plans. And what we found was that the stormwater agencies said they can't. And the reason being was that they are subject to end-of-pipe compliance. And in fact, the wetlands, for example, are downstream of the city of Escondido. So they said, well, we have to meet it in our jurisdiction. So these impediments are preventing them from participating in a regional solution. And then the other impediment that we found is they're very focused on the bacteria TMDL because it's a hard requirement. And so they go, well, we're putting our resources towards the bacteria TMDL and don't have resources to go after nutrients. So we would ask, when you look at this, if you're looking for examples, is there a way that you can use this as an example and provide the regulatory flexibility that is needed for the stormwater agencies to partner with us so that we can continue on a watershed-based approach? We're continuing on with IRWM. It would be nice if we could do it hand in hand with the state board and regional board, as well as the stormwater agencies, and have a broader and better solution.
Great, thanks for bringing us a test case to look at on the issues. Are you familiar with this one? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, Greg, you have you have it on your list for follow-up with Fran.
Yes. Thanks. That's great, too. 'Cause
So, I just want to mention that in addition to the Stormwater Strategic Initiative, we are also doing statewide bacteria objectives and implementation, which is going to look at some of these issues of wet weather bacteria standards. Yes.
So that was one of the comments in the letters was about Project 20, how we were going to align statewide planning efforts with stormwater program implementation, and we were going to use the biological integrity, which I think has it's a good idea for a lot of reasons, but the suggestion in the comments was to add bacteria to that project number 20 for some of these reasons. And
well, I'm not sure we need to add it to it as so much as to make sure that we're already including in it this concept that there needs to be wet weather implementation criteria, essentially looking at this concept that is in other places in the country where they have different standards based on the time of year or the type of conditions. Is it appropriate for in California, where we have flashy systems, to have a different standard when it's unsafe to be in the river?
When you wouldn't be in the river anyway.
Right, and so and that is a big concern to folks in the stormwater community, because at that time that's the huge volume that is difficult to capture and treat for bacteria.
that's a great example. And also, I just wanted to thank Ms. Roy for giving us that case study, because I had those type of questions going through my mind from all the general comments from other commenters that, oh, there are regulatory barriers for implementing these innovative approaches, and here's an example of one that certainly seems like we can address. Thank you.
Mr. Fabry, followed by Andre Monette from the City of Santa Maria.
Good afternoon.
You got advanced billing this morning.
What?
You got advanced billing this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Matthew Fabry. I manage the San Mateo Countywide Stormwater Program. I'm on the CASQA Board of Directors, and I'm the current chair of the Bay Area Stormwater Management Agencies Association, or BASMA. And I hope that my comments today help address some of the issues that have been raised in comments from you folks today. San Francisco Bay and its watersheds are impaired by various ubiquitous pollutants, including mercury, PCBs, trash, and pesticides. And the San Francisco Bay Water Board is increasingly looking toward long-term green infrastructure solutions to meet the necessary load reductions. And in fact, our draft revised municipal regional permit is looking at requiring all 76 permittees to develop green infrastructure plans. And roadways are a big part of this, given that they represent approximately 25 to 30% of the impervious surface within urbanized areas, and they serve as the primary drainage system for stormwater runoff. Retrofitting roadways with green infrastructure is prohibitively costly when done solely for water quality benefits. When incorporated as an add-on to an existing roadway improvement project, however, stormwater management costs are shared with complementary priorities. In other words, if you're already tearing up the curb and gutter for a transportation project, it's much cheaper to add in green infrastructure at the same time than to do it separately. And in the Bay Area, there will be significant transportation investments in the coming decades as the region focuses on dense development around transit, supported by pedestrian and bicycle-friendly roadways to get people out of their cars and reduce greenhouse gases. The Metropolitan Transportation Commission expects to distribute more than $14 billion for bike and pedestrian projects by 2040. Much of this will go toward projects that tear up curbs and gutters to widen sidewalks, build pedestrian bulb outs, create safe routes to school, and create bike lanes. And this presents a prime opportunity for cost-effective integration of green infrastructure to help meet stormwater goals. Now, the typical approach for integrating green infrastructure into transportation projects is to first secure transportation funds and then seek water quality funds to add green infrastructure. And this is an incredibly challenging way to make projects happen for numerous reasons, including grant application timing and funding periods, need for multiple pots of local matching funds, and limitations on what funds will cover. Transportation funds don't pay for green infrastructure, and water quality funds don't pay for bike lanes. In practical terms, this is limiting integrated green infrastructure transportation projects. yet integration is essential to cost-effective stormwater management. One example in our county is City of San Mateo. They've developed a sustainable streets plan. It's one of the only ones I'm aware of in the Bay Area for sure, where they've integrated complete streets and green streets. And this is definitely going to help them develop a local funding source in terms of charging new impact fees on development to help fund implementation of the plan. And it's going to set them up very well to compete for regional funds for active transportation, bike and pedestrian type projects. But they're still going to be forced to compete for these siloed water quality funds to do the add-on for green infrastructure. So BASMA urges the State Board to make this a high priority for the strategic vision, and currently the draft vision makes no mention of stormwater and transportation. Specifically, we recommend the State Board do the following. 1, ensure that the strategic vision prioritizes integration of stormwater with transportation within the 4 guiding principles and incorporates projects to move that vision forward. 2, work with the current administration to integrate green infrastructure into the state's focus on active transportation as a greenhouse gas emission reduction strategy. Number 3, work with Caltrans to evaluate opportunities for integrating water quality and active transportation funding to assist Caltrans in meeting its load reduction obligations through local agency partnerships. Number 4, evaluate how state-administered funds, like the $200 million pot of stormwater funds in the water bond, could be integrated with transportation funding as a more efficient and effective means of achieving widespread green infrastructure implementation. Number 5, better integrate stormwater permit requirements with statewide efforts around climate change and transportation investments. Right now, they're completely separate. And lastly, I would encourage you and your staff to partner with BASMA on an EPA-funded green infrastructure roundtable that we're going to be implementing that will work with stakeholders to break down the barriers between stormwater and climate change and transportation investments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership on this issue, Mr. Fabry. It's exemplary. And, you know, one of the issues that kind of rubbed me wrong, not what you've done, but just, you know, you just said, you know, kind of out of hand, oh, green infrastructure is not, you can't pay for that with transportation funds. But can you pay for, you know, curb and gutter, which conveys water? Can you pay for pipes that go under the roads in order to deal with nuisance flooding and things like that with transportation money?
Most of the transportation funds come from state and federal gas tax funding, and there's different pots of transportation funding, and it's an incredibly complicated system that they have. There are various pots of money that go towards things like active transportation. There are some pots of federal transportation dollars that specifically do allow funding for green infrastructure. Most transportation funds will allow you to deal with drainage and stormwater issues during construction and potentially drainage issues as part of the project, but in a lot of cases they do not go above and beyond that allow you to do the green infrastructure bioretention type things that we want to see.
And what's interesting, and so, you know, and there's a disconnect there, and I get it. You know, we're growing, we're learning as, you know, as we integrate our cities and make them more functional and sustainable. So in this regard, some of our discussions on the Caltrans items and I mentioned it earlier today about the idea of, you know, standardized design, you know, so we have standard plans and specification for green infrastructure, drainage, in association with roadways and transit. If we adopted those kind of things, you know, that would, and there's a lot of work done now in San Francisco, Santa Rosa, Central Coast, LA, San Diego. If we got that organized as part of our initiative, you know, do you think that would add value, that we bring that forward, partner with Caltrans, and do you think we could move the needle on making green infrastructure part and parcel of transportation as it should be?
I think design standards are part of it, and one of the challenges is that all the design standards generally that have been developed around stormwater infrastructure are solely focused on what is the design standard for the bioretention facility itself or something like that, and it doesn't show how do we integrate cost effectively that bioretention facility with pedestrian bulb outs at intersections for crosswalks, and how do we utilize existing storm drain infrastructure like our drain inlets that are often at the same place that you're doing a pedestrian bulb out for active transportation. How do we effectively integrate that as, you know, your overflow location for your bioretention and do it cost effectively? So we have a lot of standards for bioretention facilities, but they aren't integrated with complete streets type designs, and I think that's what we need to do. But I think we're still going to have to overcome this challenge of the funding silos of how do we bring our water quality and sustainability funding into the transportation funding system, because city engineers will argue very strongly that they don't even have enough transportation dollars to maintain their roadways. And so if we try to take any of that transportation money to start dealing with water quality issues, it's going to exacerbate the transportation funding crisis. But if we can bring water quality funding into the mix, and the real challenge is figuring out what is the add-on. If we're doing a complete streets project where we're putting in these pedestrian bulb outs, what is the add-on to make that bulb out vegetated, extended a little bit further to capture stormwater and manage it? We don't know what that add-on is. Is it 10%? Is it 20%? I think we need to figure that out so that we can start having reasonable conversations about how much money is being distributed for transportation, how much water quality funding do we need to bring into that mix. But right now, nobody's talking about integrating these pots of funding. It's still completely siloed, and we've got, one arm of the state that's talking about, dealing with drought, managing stormwater as a resource, groundwater recharge, and things like that. We've got our stormwater permits that are really focused on the water quality solutions, and then you've got transportation and climate change over here, and we've got to bring those conversations together. We're hoping to achieve that, to a certain extent with our roundtable process, but it's really, I think the state, you have an opportunity if you're looking for a pilot project. How about we take 10 million out of the 200 million pot of stormwater, take it to the Bay Area and integrate it with transportation funding from MTC for active transportation and see how we do. Are we more cost effective and do we get more green infrastructure implementation in that fashion than our current approach of having a transportation project that just happens to be at the right time in their design process when a water quality funding solicitation comes out that they can apply for that and get water quality funding to do the add-on. So.
Yeah, interesting idea. We'll have to talk to DWR about that.
Caltrans will have to it too. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. After Mr. Monette, we have Kelly Moran, President of TDC Environmental.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My
Hi.
name is Andre Monette, appearing on behalf of the City of Santa Maria. First, let me thank you for holding this workshop in the first place. I've really been in the audience, so just listening to all the great comments and the questions coming from the dais are really good. And I think this is a great conversation that we're all having. The city asked me to come today to express support for the strategic plan and really projects 1 and project 16, those being the reuse of stormwater and then taking an alternative compliance path approach. The city of Santa Maria is in the process of developing an integrated plan under which they're going to infiltrate their stormwater and such that they don't really have discharges anymore to the Santa Maria River. And the plan's going to incorporate their POTW as well as their water supply system. And it's really based around infiltration basins. And so the city's very excited about it and is looking to the process that's set out in the strategic plan here as something that fits very well with what they're doing. And so again, wanted to express support. The city does have a couple of requests, and one is that this integrated planning approach, which is supported by EPA, in fact, they got a grant from EPA to pursue the plan, be noted as, or at least acknowledged in the strategic plan as a desirable path for compliance. And the other relates to the Phase 2 permit. The Santa Maria is under the Phase 2 permit, and the State Board is in the process of amending Appendix G to that permit that incorporates TMDLs. And this relates to the alternative compliance path that we've been dealing with in the state for a couple years now. And on this point, Mr. King's prior comments are really well taken. I think for projects like those that the city of Santa Maria are pursuing, we need regulatory flexibility, and we need the ability to prioritize, and we need the ability to ensure we're not stuck with hard timelines based on TMDLs. And for us, that means a compliance approach that's included in that Phase 2 permit. And I think the bigger picture that Mr. King was talking about is looking at the permits themselves and seeing if there's other areas where we can cut down on the regulatory burden, because I think the big picture goal is we've all been talking about today is laid out pretty well. We want to conserve water, we want to conserve resources, we want to do regional projects, but we tend to get in our own way sometimes when we're doing these things. And so I think it's difficult. It's easy to talk about, but we've got to go line by line in the process. Is this needed? Is this not? And that takes time. But I think that's an important thing, and I'm glad we're having a conversation about it. So thank you very much.
Great. I'll continue the conversation if we can. I've been, watching Santa Maria, being in the Central Coast, and real excited about what you've all embarked on. And are you familiar at all with some of the discussions in Santa Rosa about Laguna de Santa Rosa and water quality trading and TMDL implementation.
I'm not familiar with the specifics in Santa Rosa.
And that's fine. This is not a quiz. But I bring it up because it's interesting. You know, in your setting, you have the city, and then you have the agriculture uses, and you have the nitrate challenge in the groundwater. So you have an opportunity to partner with agriculture to deal with drinking water quality issues. It's pretty exciting, and it can be done, but there may be regulatory barriers. And so, you know, in terms of where you invest and, you know, and where things are set up now and how they could be modified. So I encourage you to, in your integrated planning framework, to do a little fact finding on the water quality trading process going on in Santa Rosa, the other Santa, another Santa. And also there are some parallels to the Lake Tahoe TMDL implementation too. But I know we're open, you know, as we look at phase 2 and implementing TMDLs to make sure that we have a watershed management framework around implementation, and want to encourage what you're trying to do in Santa Maria.
Thank you. Kelly Moran, who originated a lot of the things we talked about today, and followed by Mitch Avalon from the California Association of Counties. Nice to see you.
You're just fine. Thank you. Chair Marcus and board members, thank you for the opportunity to share some information with you today to inform your deliberations on this topic. I'm going to focus on the true source control piece, and my comments today are informed by actually working on, I don't know what you call, I keep calling it pollution prevention, true source control. It's about being upstream of the drain since the early 1990s, and I co-founded the Brake Pad Partnership, and I have great debt to at least 2 of you for the success of that, and also co-founded the Urban Pesticide Pollution Prevention Partnership. I've probably either prepared or peer-reviewed about 20 source identification studies for various pollutants, trying to figure out where it comes from in wastewater and stormwater, which is harder. And I've probably worked on more than a dozen pollution prevention plans based on those source identification studies. And I have just 3 things to tell you. I'm going to talk a little bit about what true source control, pollution prevention, whatever that is. I'm going to talk a little bit about needs and partners for designing a project, since that's something that you'll be thinking about. And I really want to emphasize the importance of the Water Board's leadership in this area. It is the missing piece. So on the first one, what is it and what isn't it? It is not a product ban. I think you've heard that pretty clearly, and Dave Tamayo articulated that pretty well. What it is using science to identify and inform development of strategies that are upstream of the drain to address pollution problems. And it isn't going to be the silver bullet, but it will work on an amazing array of pollutants. And where it works, it's really inexpensive and often way faster than trying to treat all of the stormwater in all of the urban areas of California. We have found that across California urban areas, there are much in common about pollutants, the same cars, the same consumer products, the same kinds of buildings, yada, yada, yada. So there is so much in common. We can do work at a statewide level, identify solutions and pilot them at a statewide level, and develop model strategies for approaching a pollutant. And some of those strategies may include addressing product formulations, for example, by partnering with DTSC. But many of those strategies do not require that. Some things are best done at a statewide level. Some things are better done at a local level. Some things are better left to options of individual dischargers or property owners. For example, I've worked extensively on copper, Brake Pad Partnership, but also the other copper sources. We found that runoff from copper roofs is very high in copper concentration. And if you happen to be a salmon living in a creek where there's some copper roofs, you could be exposed to very high copper concentrations that would keep you from avoiding predators and probably keep you from migrating back to where you came from. So the options there are not necessarily ban copper roofs. In fact, those options will vary, and jurisdictions may have different desires, property owners may have different desires. Alternatives include coating copper roofs, that gets you into maintenance, and treating the copper runoff, which particularly for existing copper roofs, historic buildings, a lot of people want to go to that expense and actually manage those treatment systems. And that's just one example. I can go on and on with a zillion examples of what's going on. And since I'm already out of time, I'll be quick. quick here. The goal with the source identification studies and pollution prevention plans is to figure out how to solve the problem. It's a holistic approach, so it's not a one-shot thing. We do find that there are a number of data gaps when you first try to do these things, and that we often have to pilot the solutions. So usually a one version pilot will then inform how it gets done statewide. But there are some steps to this process that will be needed to scope it out. It also really needs good scientists. You need some PhD scientists involved in this. I've seen a lot of poor science done in this area, really bad work. People don't trust it. Another key to trust is something we did in the BreakPad partnership, which is to have a peer review panel so that everyone involved will trust the scientific basis of the decision making in front of them for solving this water pollution problem. There's a lot of partners out there. Washington State is an important one. There's actually folks working on this internationally, so we don't have to go it alone. And of course, DTSC, as you saw, is a very important partner. And I'm thrilled to have the honor to co-chair their science advisory panel and have been encouraging them to do this. And I'm quite sure that they're serious when they say that. So just in closing, the missing piece in all of this has been the leadership of the State Water Board. We can't keep pointing the finger down to some little city who doesn't have a PhD scientist on staff with lots of time and money and the ability to figure out all the sources of X pollutant and runoff. And that's been the problem with our structure. If we get together and do that with real good science on a statewide basis, we can really make a lot of progress on a lot of problems. So it's not going to solve anything, but if you want to make water quality better faster, this is a really, really important investment for the state, and it has tremendous return. So thank you for your time and attention, and my best.
Looking at Project 21, are you comfortable with the language? So what you're saying is what's lacking is the leadership, but is the language comprehensive enough?
No, I actually suggested some of the things that CASCA wound up working into their comments in terms of restructuring it. And I think that your staff may need to do a bit of a scoping exercise and figure out exactly what it is that needs to be done in this area. So it's a bit more of a conversation. And I'd be happy to work with staff to support that based on the experience that I have. But it's something that I think has to be laid out and developed a little bit. So it's a little bit of an investment, but it's a huge return.
Thanks for your leadership over the years. After Mr. Avalon, we have Evan Moore from the city of Santa Rosa.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yes. First of all, I'm with the California State Association of Counties, and we want to express our strong support for this effort that you're doing. I want to thank staff that has done a great job, and we just want to say thank you for taking the initiative to do this. We do have some thoughts, and if you were talking this morning, there's a lot of dialogue about the vision, and it seems like the guiding principles kind of define the vision, so to speak. So it's kind of important to have guiding principles that are tight. And with that respect, guiding principle 2, it seems like it'd be better to remove or leave out the last part of it. So it just says preserve watershed processes. That way we don't have to focus strictly on stormwater quality, but also the hydrographic modification aspect of stormwater in addition to the stormwater quality. That provides a broader vision which drives more broader and more diverse range of projects to meet that guiding principle. On guiding principle 3, kind of in a similar vein, that should be expanded to give direction to the water boards beyond just the efficient internal processes. Because you look at the text that kind of describes that guiding principle, it focuses primarily on internal processes to have efficient and effective regulation, which is good, but we would suggest that perhaps that should be expanded to look at the efficient and effective writing of regulation, working with cities and counties, understanding their business processes, how they operate, and trying to craft regulation that is compatible to the greatest extent practicable, compatible with those processes so that we don't have to re-engineer processes. We can just kind of pop the regulation in there. You get a lot more bang for your buck, so to speak, if you do that. And guiding principle 4, kind of on the same issue, is maybe expanding direction to the water boards beyond using collaboration just to achieve source control, because that's kind of a focus in the text, is kind of hammering on the source control issue, but also encouraging collaboration on all efforts, on everything that is, all these projects, and particularly with cities and counties, because oftentimes cities and counties, stepping aside from the industry for a while, they're the implementing agency. They have to kind of implement this stuff. They're on the ground troops, so to speak. And they're the ones that understand the processes involved, land use processes, et cetera, that these things have to be worked into to make it work. And I can tell you, I worked for a county for 35 years. The processes there are not, they're difficult. They're complex. It takes a couple of years when you move in to understand them. So having a few meetings isn't going to, with region board staff, isn't going to understand all those processes. So true collaboration would help. And then the other is local funding. It was mentioned that the local funding is a problem, but I think it'd be very beneficial if the initiative could recognize that that there is a local funding problem, that there is no, or I should say there's not sufficient funding in local government to comply with the MS4 requirements. And that would help immensely with the legislative efforts going on to try and modify some of the constitutional language. It's in the California Water Plan. It's in the DWR flood future, and it'd be helpful to have it stated there too. Not that you can do anything directly about it, but indirectly you can. And if it's a kind of an issue or however you want to frame it, that would be good. And then lastly, it would be very beneficial if we had some information in the initiative that would point to some sound bites, why stormwater as a resource is important. Little facts and figures, they're all over the place throughout various plans in state government, but just kind of bring them together. How much water was in the average snowpack, how much water was in this year's snowpack, how long does it take to fill Shasta Reservoir, that kind of stuff. It would be helpful because this thing will be, the audience for this plan is larger than just this room, so it'd be good to have that information out there. And then I do have these comments written, if it'd be helpful to staff, with some examples, so that I'll just leave these here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great, Mr. Avalon. Thanks for joining us and your input on this. And I think I appreciate your point about fitting in stormwater within business practices. I take that to mean sort of the infrastructure management challenges of local government and finding a way to weave our requirements in better. So I think we can figure out a way. I don't know if it'd be the same language per se, but I respect that comment. Well, my question is, you point out it would be helpful to recognize local funding is inadequate to comply with the requirements of the permits that the water boards issue. Now, but I've also heard you and others say that that alone doesn't really win the day when it comes to passing an initiative to support stormwater fee increases or, working with legislators. It's almost like, is it better to maybe, what's the best strategy? We can state the compliance cost challenge, but isn't it, what do you think of the strategy to broaden that and to speak to the need that, infrastructure is decaying, we need to renew it, we need to combine with transportation and other approaches. So where do we draw that line where we would dilute the message to need to meet water quality standards, but then also broaden this to say, hey, this is a statewide challenge that has a high cost anyway.
Right. And part of that is getting the message out so that people understand, the whole one water concept, and that we have to retool our infrastructure. And part of that is having information in the initiative that people start making that connection. And why is stormwater so valuable? Why should I pay attention? What does it mean to me?
How much is there to be captured is pretty high.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, the drought. People make a connection with the drought, but the drought is, you turn on tap, there's no water. That's really the drought. But to have some of this other information that people can start to make connections with, you're talking earlier about flood waters and storm water. It is a terminology thing because I've been talking about stormwater includes flood protection and local drainage and groundwater and water quality. I mean, it's all that stuff. But it's difficult for the public to grasp that.
So it's like Chair Marcus says, there is sort of a water supply story to it that we can bring, but
Water quality, greening.
But then, yeah, there's all this, the greening
And your hazard mitigation.
having creeks run longer in the summer in your town, you know.
Well, you had a discussion earlier about what's the difference between floodwaters and stormwater. And you're right, or someone was correct in that the stormwater is really focusing on the small storms and floodwater is the bigger storms. But a lot of the environmental benefits, derive from the larger storms, where you get a lot more recharge over the rainy season, so to speak. Then, we of course get recharge of the small storms too, but a lot of them absorbed by vegetation. So anyway, it's all together. It's very complex. It's all interrelated, as we know, just like a watershed, right?
Good. No, I appreciate the discussion, and I think we're all interested in that topic. And it's part of number 2 is really collaborating with stakeholders to get this message out about the value of stormwater. So, thanks.
Next, Heaven Moore, City of Santa Rosa.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to touch on a couple of really brief points. Overall, I just want to say that I'm very excited about this. I'm really fortunate to be in a region where we have strong collaborative partnerships to, when we were talking about a lot of these types of focused efforts and collaborative efforts already. So great to see it echoed here and a great opportunity. One of the things I just wanted to speak about was the need for some sort of method for crediting, and not in the sense of nutrient trading or something like that, but one of the big challenges we've heard about is funding. So we are always pursuing grant funds, but these grants don't necessarily have a way for us to quantify some of the low-tech options or some of the multi-benefit options or elements of our programs or proposed projects. So if we're talking about planting more trees or disconnecting downspouts, and we have a measurable requirement, those two don't equate well and doesn't really play into the existing scoring criteria. So that's a challenge that I think kind of falls in line with the intent of this plan, is looking at how we credit or get scoring so that we're competitive with these types of multi-benefit projects.
The whole city of Philadelphia Philadelphia has massive plans. It's from a combined sewer overflow perspective, and of course sewage and running around in your community is something that lights everybody on fire, and so it's a little bit more ahead of the curve. But they actually have come up with some metrics that are worth looking at, where they actually pay people to just do stuff like disconnect downspouts and unpave their yards, and I guess they had a lot of paved yards, but they do things to actually, they've made at a granular level, they have incentives for individual homeowners to do stuff to help hold water back. So what you're saying is of a piece with some of the other things we've talked about, but obviously a piece of this looking at financing is also looking at all these different pieces. It's not just getting you money, it's getting credit in other ways or creating an incentive to want to do that versus building the big treatment plant at the end of your outfall and the like. So it's all possible, but there are some tools out there.
Yes, indeed. And as a clarification, didn't mean that there isn't that possibility. I guess I'm looking at even the more immediate, whether it's Prop 1 or Prop 84 or some of the existing or very near future funding sources that we hope to take some of these types of multi-benefit projects forward. And hoping that that's part of the consideration when we're looking at this initiative is also to look at these projects that are proposed with that backdrop of how do they score well? How do we make sure that the projects that meet all of these objectives that we want and that everyone here has collaboratively come to agree on, to make sure those are the projects that score well and those are the projects that get funded. And I know that that's multiple agencies, multiple arms of the state and others, but I just wanted to give that kind of perspective. And I also just wanted to, with that, I know there's always going to be this balance between wanting hard, measurable increases to water quality. And I'm absolutely of the same mind. I'm an engineer, can't help but want the numbers. But striking that balance between the amount of work it would take to quantify and the fast time frame in which we need to start making changes out in the field and out on the ground. So having that balance in mind and consideration, because we do want to make changes out in the world in the short term. And we don't have the luxury, especially at the local level, of having the resources, as others have alluded to do the full-blown studies that would be necessary in some cases to truly quantify some of the positive benefits of these low-tech options. Thank you very much.
All right, let's thank you all very much for joining us in this conversation. We're not going to resolve the whole issue today, but I would love, Greg, if there's something you want to say, obviously, John, if you do, Tom, if you do, et cetera, but also give my colleagues a chance to toss anything into the mix, knowing that the team will be meeting with us all individually as we percolate on what, sorry, no pun intended, as I'm thinking coffee, frankly, percolate on what we've heard today and give you feedback. I can't give you all of it today, but it's been really good.
So it's been very helpful to hear all this from me and inspirational. This is the proof that it's a living, breathing strategic planning effort by the energy and the thoughts and the type of creative input and openness to really talk about this. So I appreciate it as being involved in this project from the beginning. A couple of things that I could clarify or respond to that I heard throughout the day. I was taking some notes, and I liked the summaries that we were hearing near the end, but I'll just add that the flood storm size versus the storm water quality volume size, it's really about watershed and looking at different levels of runoff, and we've sort of had an ethic in the stormwater program of trying to remind people that there's not just one size storm event that you need to worry about when you're trying to solve these or protect these ecosystem services or watershed processes or what have you. So I don't want us to get hung up on are we looking at the big ones or the little ones? It's kind of how are we dealing with all those different runoff events. There is a current opportunity with the reasonable assurance analysis. We do have some discretionary contract money this fiscal year, and we're putting that towards starting down a road. We don't intend to answer the question of how do you do reasonable assurance analysis, but there is an opportunity for that, and we've already talked to EPA and other stakeholders, and we'll try to make sure that we build in the process the right way to provide input along the way. It's a small amount of money. It's really not going to get us all the way to the end line at all. So I don't want to create some sort of concern about us getting ahead of ourselves on reasonable assurance analysis. And I can describe some of these things in more detail if you'd like to. It strikes me that this opportunity that is also presenting us through the Energy Commission of piloting some sort of information management might line up with my interest to make this a more interactive and collaborative kind of a strategic planning process. So that was a thought that came up. The project that deals with integration and building in processes for permanent connectors so that staff are involved in planning efforts, that was really the driving interest behind it. Not so much that there was such a nexus between biointegrity and stormwater. It was really identifying Project 20 was about the interest and the need to get more coordination occurring between the statewide planning efforts and the statewide permitting efforts as well as the regional ones. So it was a recognition, and it gets to the idea that hopefully what we learn there will put in place some things that will apply to many other planning efforts that are either ongoing right now or in the future. And same with permitting. One of my favorite examples that came up of true source control that didn't come up at all today in meetings was with a meeting with Randall in the Department of Defense, the U.S. Navy. And his example of an opportunity that is often missed is they have a huge need for building housing, and they have a huge interest in also reducing car mile trips that are gas-based. And so because of the climate change and the pollutant and the overall effect of driving miles between housing and workplace, they've identified opportunities where they could potentially build closer to their workplaces in ways that were more holistic, but it runs into other issues like wetlands or coastal commission interests and what have you. So his example of true source control was really outside the box, in my opinion. It had nothing to do with products and product banning. It was really, how do you solve this problem using water boards' interests and authorities in ways that are not conventionally thought about. So
Promoting electric vehicles is another one he's
exactly,
raised.
yeah, right. We definitely want to get more data and information into the story of stormwater. I heard a couple of people mention that. We actually had a regional board staff member ask us in the very beginning of the document, you may recall there's a statement that says, and we say it all the time, urban runoff continues to be, or discharges from municipal systems continues to be a major source of pollution in California. And you know, in my new job, I keep asking, well, what's the data? What's the evidence that supports that? We kind of know that, but how much of a significant source of pollution? And so I've started a process of trying to answer that question. It's not as easy as you may think. And so, but that ethic of getting data and information at everything we do is something that's important to me personally. And I tried to get it into this process, but we ran out of resources and time and availability to get the product out. So we want to build it in. So for sure, dashboards and things like that are hopefully coming. I think that's enough for me for now in terms of what I heard people ask about and things that I thought I could provide just based on that. But I'm open to questions, and I'll have staff come up here and help too.
There'll be plenty of time. I just wanted to give you a chance to lob some observations on the day first before we did. We tended to just lob things at you, so I wanted to.
So I wanted to lob something back, which was, I heard a concern about a couple of times about the detail in the project descriptions and the need for more scoping of those. And I wanted to reassure the board members and the audience that the ones that we move forward with, the first part would be to scope them and provide more detail. It's not that what's written there, we're going to jump in and implement as it is. That the first part of that will be that expansion and scoping. So these are really very bare bone concepts at this point.
Colleagues.
What did you think about the idea of beefing up the coordination with transportation?
I think it's a painful process, but I think that it's worth doing. And starting with our folks at Caltrans as our sister state agency and working with them on, we already are working with them on incorporating, as they do new projects, incorporating stormwater into them, and then taking the advantage of when they have it, they're ripping up a street, putting in treatment for stormwater capture, infiltration, those kinds of things because of the TMDL requirements. And we've been encouraging them to coordinate with local agencies. I think, though, to make that, my experience is to make that happen more, we have to also be involved. And so I've encouraged local agencies that are interested in, if they run into roadblocks at Caltrans to bring us in to that conversation. But taking it the next step of what I heard here, which is bringing not only Caltrans, but bringing in the federal funding sources for road highway funds and understanding and coordinating the activity of green streets at the same time as you're doing your infrastructure makes a lot of sense to me, and I think that we do need to think about how to coordinate that.
I think there's some integration opportunities. I mean, at a certain point it becomes endless and you'd never get it all done, but it seems like there's some space here to explore, especially when you have a willing partner at the local level. It was just flashing back. One of our current regional board members was a contractor of mine in the 90s and wrote a paper on using federal transportation dollars for wetlands and other restoration when one of the teas. I wish it's in a box somewhere. It wasn't electronic at the time, but maybe she can find it. So, because we were trying to figure out how would we leverage the federal transportation dollars to do what needed to be done. So people have been thinking about it for a long time, but I like the idea of focusing. Maybe there's some place at a local level we could make something happen beyond which it would have happened otherwise and start building these examples. So.
And just a reminder that there's an EPA-funded green infrastructure roundtable that was referred to. And so I just want to make sure we're somehow plugged into that if we see value in, which we do, in this investment of energy.
Mr. Mumley, you have a
Mumley.
good projective voice, but you've got to...
So, yeah, the issue that Matt brought up, I mean, Region 2 is involved in that project. So by default, there's water boards involvement, but I think we should give some consideration of what we may be accomplishing there, but can use that as a vehicle to elevate to the statewide scheme of things, because there's a degree that we can coordinate things within the regional level and address how regional transportation resources are distributed. And, they're not done the same everywhere in the state.
Oh, yeah.
But there are we want to still jibe with the state platforms. And so I think there's a nexus there. So perhaps there's a hybrid of just jumping into taking on something too big that will collapse based on the scope, but maybe we can piggyback on top of the effort that Matt et al. Have started in our shop and see what value added can we get within limited, with the limited capacity. I mean, that's the challenge that we're facing with this. There's too many things to do that we'd like to do and make sense relative to the available resources that we have to do this on top of our regular day jobs. So
that's a labor of love a lot of the time, but...
Real quick, the value that I
Thank you.
liked, I heard most, that resonated hardest with me was the value of testing a hypothesis, sort of being committed to trying something and testing it, making sure you actually measure whether it's getting what you want, and then using that as feedback to your larger system. And that's not only what I heard on that transportation example, but I think Dave Smith brought up a really good observation of all of these things should be treated that way so that we don't waste their efforts. So.
No, thank you today was very helpful. And I think where I am in terms of looking for some feedback from staff, as in the briefings, as well as far as what might be coming before the board, whether it be in October or November or whenever later this year. I'm building on comments heard today from my colleagues as well as some of the commenters. I do believe some form of strategic intent or language is appropriate, whether it be in the resolution, perhaps, might be good. But I think it is important to have that sort of strategic framework upon which then to pursue implementation steps, such as projects, such as advisory groups, such as whatever we select to go with. It is important to have that initial strategic framework upon which we then proceed to develop partnerships and implementation steps. I do still have a concern about just the sheer number of projects that are being proposed, many of which are near-term and priority projects. And today we hear more suggestion. Though we didn't specifically get into it today, I think hopefully all the commenters realize that any staff resources that would be invested in these projects will have to be funded. And it will have to be funded most likely through your fees. So at some point, when this comes before the board again, I would like a better understanding of just how much resources we're talking about. And the more projects there are, I assume there will be more resources required and therefore more funding necessary to support them. And that's just funding to participate, not funding to actually fund the projects themselves. So let's, since I'm the frugal member of the board here, let's keep that in mind. And so in that aspect, I still believe that fewer projects, however you define projects, integrating as many of the issues as possible in a way where outcomes, in terms of testing hypotheses, whatever, can be measured, can be tracked, and then after some period of time, maybe even on an ongoing basis, an evaluation to see how these things are working. And I love the idea of sort of piggybacking and dovetailing on efforts that are already underway in the Bay Area with U.S. EPA and others, because obviously we all have very limited resources and we do need to leverage everything that everyone is working on. But those are sort of the things that I will be looking for in my briefings as well as whatever comes back before the board later this year.
I may have to leave before we're done, so I'll go ahead. I thought this was very helpful in being able to sit back and listen, and I appreciate people's appreciation of the effort. I would say, virtually everything I heard today was helpful, and the challenge is that strategic part and how we prioritize, which is always very painful. I think, the issues of financing, the issues of communication, the issues of working through some of these issues with our partners in whatever setting we work through. I think a collaborative sort of effort's important, but not an endless effort. Again, I want to be as nimble with it as we can and want it to feel inclusive but not impossible. So I just look forward to sort of going through the options in a refined way and seeing if new ones emerge, and where can we just, I heard a lot of people, where do we just get into motion, not without strategy, but the whole adaptive management way. I think of it as I can't use iterative process because that has all this baggage and meaning in this. I'm seeing adaptive management, and I have baggage from a different world on that, but this is very different than us doing a regulatory process with formal work groups and all of that. This is us trying to figure out as an institution, an entity of people who care about stuff, how we can make a bigger difference in the world thoughtfully with people while discharging our, ultimate responsibilities and not tossing them out the window. So I think of it as a thought exercise as much as a drafting exercise, which is why, I want more narrative and story, because I always like narrative and story. I know you do too. For us to add value in maybe putting things out in a way or finding the best of what other people have put out, I think is really very important. But, I think we're going to do something useful here that hopefully will yield some good on the ground and better connection, but also, may actually yield us funding. Because the fact is we have gotten increased staff over the course of the last number of years for very hot button issues that the legislature and the governor understood, even in a constrained fiscal environment. But just going and saying stormwater management is good and we could do this cool thing is not going to get us more staff. So I don't want people to believe all of a sudden there'll be a ton of staff appearing. So thinking about how to prioritize what we do with people is going to be the hardest thing, and that involves a lot of things people have thought about. So I'm looking forward to thinking with you, and I really do. I just appreciate all the thought that people put into this and the time they put into it, and I'm going to sleep on it other than that. And I'm sorry I have to leave a little bit in a few minutes for a legislator. I'm not asking for money, though, but he might give me money someday.
I think that the thing that is missing is the strategy. And so I would say that we really need to, in the next month, focus in on our initial strategy for making the most of what we have, and what is our strategy for getting more as we move forward. I agree with Tam in that I think a few projects that illustrate that strategy, that strategic approach, will probably be more helpful to making the point with the legislature and with others that we need more support for these kinds of activities. And so, what do I mean by what I heard were the elements of what a strategic approach might be. Clearly, one is financing. That is, everyone has talked about it, and there's some interesting things going on with the US EPA and when we heard about the upstream pollution prevention approach, we heard that it was possibly more cost-effective than working downstream. So having a financial gain to come out of whatever it is we are, what we're focusing on, seems to me to be very high priority, that we shouldn't be doing anything that isn't going to increase the pot for for integrating stormwater into our regions. And along those same lines, we should be working with Michael Offer and the team that he has put together on 218, and also well, anyway, certainly with Michael Offer and the 218 issue. Transportation, once again, I also think there's a financial benefit that can come from working with the transportation sector. We have got the Caltrans permit. We do have a framework for funding there, additional funding, that is bogged down right now, but could be unbogged. And is that a word? I like unbogging. So I would say, having going after transportation is probably important. Another thing that occurred to me is standards. The CEC is going to be working over the next few years on standards for home building and was it Title 24? I don't know. Anyway, it's the title that oversees home building. We should be making sure that our stormwater efforts are going into that standard setting, and maybe in other standard setting situations as well, in addition to the CEC. But we should be looking at standards. Once again, if it's required, to do building, we don't have to pay for it. It's somebody else. It'll just be part of the standard setting. And I think Toby's illustration of what is happening in terms of integrated regional water management in San Diego, where you have regulatory conflicts that may be increasing the costs or decrease. I don't know if I wasn't quite clear about what the cost issues were, but I felt like that certainly working at cross purposes among our various programs is definitely not where we should be going. So, perhaps globbing on to Toby's effort and the San Diego County. I know the regional board is very interested in this kind of activity, very interested in wetlands, and so we might have some very willing partners there to work on these things. And finally, one reason I want to make sure we don't lose flood control is, there is Prop 1 money for flood control. We should make sure that however that money is being spent, it's not being spent on something that isn't contributing positively to some of the conversations that we've been having today. And certainly I know the Corps of Engineers and their flood control, with their flood control mission, they are helping tremendously in the Santa Ana Watershed Project area in Region 8 in terms of helping to capture water and put it back, well, they were actually waiting for a big rain so that they can actually do this, but they have committed to doing it. And so flood control is something that we need to embrace and take ownership of. It's not us, stormwater, and they over there are flood control. We are the same. We actually have to, maybe big and small. I don't know. That's the first time I'd heard about that. But it really is all one and the same. And so I guess. One other thought. I do know that Orange County already has this in statute, and Los Angeles County is seeking to put it into statute as permission for the wastewater side, the wastewater agencies, to fund stormwater projects. There's an active bill out there right now that is doing, that is, they're seeking permission to do that. And so it seems to me that there may be ways of linking some of the existing funding sources to do some crossover with stormwater, where it makes economic sense for the ratepayer on the wastewater side. And clearly in Los Angeles, they're saying it does. And so, because they've spent a lot of money lobbying that bill, I understand. So anyway, those are my thoughts. And so a little more, certainly, no, a lot more emphasis on the strategy and picking the projects where we can pull together numerous areas that you've identified, but mostly around in the short term, medium term perhaps, around funding, making sure we can grow the pot of investments.
I'm going to go quick because I have a 3 o'clock, and I agree with everything that's been said. What strikes me is that there has been way more agreement than disagreement today. We pretty much were hearing this is a good thing, and it's just a matter of how, when, how quickly, how detailed. So I'll go back to what I said earlier. I think a strategic vision, and I like what somebody said about the glue that kind of holds together the detail with the strategic vision. I think you have the information that you need to go forward on that. The idea about an implementation committee, I think that in light of the fact that we heard so much agreement, this should be a team approach. Make it as broad as possible, get everybody there, and just because I've been so involved with drought, this really is a drought resiliency strategy. And so I think we're all on the same team in that regard. Let's do what we can to not get too bogged down. Where we need to be more detailed and need to take the time, and there are plenty of areas where we need to do that, then that's fine. But I go back to something that Board Member Moore said earlier, and that is this sense of urgency. And I don't even know if this is possible. Fran and I were talking about this during lunch, but we may end up with some storms, hopefully. What we don't want to see is any missed opportunity. Now, is there anything in here that could help seize that opportunity? I don't know, but there may be some projects that are out there that are faltering, and they're very close. So what can we do to find out where those projects are and get that team together so that we don't miss opportunities?
Toby, are you volunteering?
And I will just say that I am convinced now more than I was before coming in here about the need to look at pollution prevention. This is something that we did at the Air Resources Board. I did have some conversations early on when I came over to the Water Board with Mr. Bishop. I've just been too busy to work on it. So I appreciate your comments about leadership. We need to lead and help guide us. Thank you.
Great comments. I've said a lot today, so I don't have to repeat. But I want to actually just support my fellow board members' comments. The utility of a little more overall strategy language would be helpful. What we've heard today is there are opportunities in the near term that we should leverage the Stormwater Strategic Initiative with, and it means getting outside even the water sector, as Fran articulated. And it's this opportunities when building standards are being touched. We get involved. It's a strategic initiative for the water boards to inject ourselves into those discussions. It really plays well. And the same would be for transportation opportunities through our permitting relationship with Caltrans. Ultimately, as you well know, formalizing standards around the state associated with transportation for drainage will proliferate, throughout all the public works departments of our state. It'll become that heavy lifting that others do. That will be a great strategic initiative. So being strategic about the IRWMs and the Prop 1s and growing the pot and leveraging our efforts with those efforts. Pilot efforts are great. I would just say looking back to today, maybe a year from now, can we say that, here's the 10 Stormwater Strategic Initiative projects in the ground or underway, where a regional board got together with stakeholders, there was an issue, and they resolved it. They were able to get grant funding and regulatory pathway to compliance that works and has accountability. Just how many of those stories are we going to be able to tell maybe even a year from now and say that was a SWSI project? And I think having that, and then I want to acknowledge Board Member Dodek and Diadamo's comments about, what is a project? I certainly respect how you've laid this out. As Dee Dee said, there's great agreement on the principles, and I think we should move forward. But maybe this is a refinement to think about, how we might create a pathway for some demonstration projects, some of that experimentation and things that we can point to in a year. The team approach, I think it can work because of the shared goals and shared vision. But think of it, I encourage you to think of it this way, there will be early adopters, like with all programs. And that's where we learn the lessons and see what's possible. And then there will be those that, for financial or other reasons, can't keep up. And then we can use the teamwork with the early adopters to show the way and then come up with compliance strategies and so forth to make it the norm, going forward. And so I think the team approach can work. But looking at things like, this whole green infrastructure advancement, part of the challenge is actually just sort of the data management, which Greg is very well versed in. Maybe it's not just monitoring data to show effectiveness, it's actually tracking all the green infrastructure installation around the state and keeping track of where that's going in. That was one of the recommendations of the UC Berkeley report, was actually to have that as part of the data management. In the end, Philadelphia and other places, they're doing it on a large scale, so we can piggyback on their efforts to be able to show that it can work here. But it has a drier climate issues. Going back to Dave Smith's comments, I encourage you, you don't have to articulate it today, but there are things we do in our program now as far as our permit cycle and the type of annual report cycle, just the work that staff does. I encourage you to take a critical look at what we're doing that we don't need to do anymore. I appreciate Dave saying that takes courage. It does take courage. I want to encourage that kind of review because I think there's opportunities there, and I think it'll make the job working at the water board more fun. Insofar as more rewarding, and being a part of changes in the community. This is going to be exciting to see the landscape change in front of our eyes and see it reflected in better habitat scores, better water quality results. This is going to be something that's going to be fun to be a part of if you're working at the water boards. And so let's gear the work plan toward participating in those kind of projects that are partnerships. The point of plugging into the business, as Mr. Avalon said, sort of the business framework of cities, I think that relates to a strategic initiative, really. I think, that it'll be strategic for the water boards to pay attention to, okay, what are the budget cycles at the local level? How are, and plug in with financing experts and that sort of thing and figure out, where does it make sense for us to leverage this initiative to make it more seamless at the local level? And it relates to the transportation, energy, and other integration processes. So I just want to thank everyone. Also support pollution prevention as well. Sorry. And thanks you for your comments, Fran. I agree with everything you said, and I think we just continue forward with this. But there is urgency. We do need to say this is the initiative, and then get started on the deliverables. And think about what might change in the field over the next year that we can point to as a success of this effort. It's not just us, but everyone here, including non-governmental organizations.
Meeting adjourned.